Good evening. It's 7 p.m. It's Friday evening. I'm Mo Delgado, and this is the New Norm 2.0. Welcome to the show. Let's make sure everything is going good. Make sure everything is straight up. Connections sometimes take a little bit of effort, so we want to make sure the connection is on point. Hoping everybody's well. Extremely important for everyone to be as well as possible these days because it's a trip, man. It is a trip. So, why am I? What? So, it is 7 p.m. It is the new norm, and I'm praying that everyone is well. What's up, Marino? So, it is 7 p.m. Let me turn this off. Video feeds are different, y'all, but forgive again, one man show. But excuses are tools of incompetence, building monuments of nothingness, and those who specialize in them are good for what? Politics, it seems, right? But anyway, let's talk about different things. This week was extremely interesting. One is because of all the dilemmas that have been going on, all the issues and the drama. We saw the court case, the Derek Chauvin court case, end with a guilty charge on all three charges. But the question remains, now what? Because the reality is that we don't know what's going to transpire. The defense attorney had made a plea to submit the Blakely, it's a Blakely Act form, and a Blakely Act suggests that the person who is on trial could either be cast a decision and penalty from the jury, or can decide to forego and submit only to the judge. That's what the Blakely Act is. So they were in the process of determining whether the Blakely Act is appropriate in this situation. So I know there's a lot of decision making taking place in the background because this case is being heavily reviewed by the nation. If you saw recently, the judge made a statement at the case itself about his displeasure with politicians chiming in their opinions about what had happened. And then the discussion about how if the case doesn't fall where it should be by popular decision, popular choices wise, that the senator would do what she can to enforce change to be had. And this is for lack of a better term. I'm trying to put my words together to be precise, but she was flexing in one aspect, and the judge didn't like how she was flexing. And of course, the judge was basically speaking how the one side of the leadership roles, when you have legislative roles and you have the judicial role, they're supposed to be equal but opposite and not interfering with one another. What we know is that one definitely leans on the other and the other one definitely depends on the other. So one impacts the other. So in this situation, it's just a high profile court case like this is bringing high levels of attention towards that case. And the judge was basically flexing how the judicial system needs to be left alone by the legislative side. I don't disagree. However, but we know that's not true. So we're still waiting for the outcome for this Blakely Act. So let's see what it is. 3 separate charges of guilty was disseminated and done so in a quite rapid pace. If you paid attention, if you guys been looking onto the case itself, it went down pretty fast. And it's not to say that it was a reflection of how the general population thinks. It was more so a reflection of all the candidates or the people who were part of the jury itself. So I'm still skeptical to believe that justice is going to be had. However, we did get a guilty plea done in the judicial setting, which we don't get to see that often. Not that it doesn't happen, it's just we don't get to see it. Laws have been created. That, again, that's the legislative side. Laws have been created that gives room, a lot of wiggle room, to police officers and or officials in an official capacity to do their jobs and make mistakes and not have to pay for those mistakes or choose unwisely, and the forthcoming damage not be placed upon them, but more so the body that they represent. And that's been a problem nationwide. We have to do better to attack those roles, because I think there's a popular belief to suggest that if people in that position who make those decisions should be held accountable, not the people who pay the taxes, not the municipality, that person who makes that decision. And if the officers were aware of that penalty or that pending penalty, would they make that decision freely as often as they have? It's not to disable them in a situation where you've had to make a difficult decision, but more so it creates a need to be even more sensible / reasonable, even more sensitive to the impacts, not just firing away and say, well, I don't have to pay for it type deal, because I'm in office and whatever. And that's been far too often the case. And too many taxes, too many taxpayers have had to pay for someone else's mistakes. So that one there has to be dealt with. And I think part of the solution that's being presented is the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act. The George Floyd Justice in Policing Act. I'm going to try to pull it up, the proposal itself, and read it, because I think it's extremely important that we look into supporting the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act. I'm dolo tonight, y'all. My wife had to work the second job this evening, so she won't be readily available for us, as she has been in the past. Oh God. But she sends her love and good luck for everyone. The George Floyd Justice in Policing Act. I want to read it to you if I can find it. Okay. I got new glasses, y'all, and it's really difficult for me to get used to them for right now. Okay. It seems to be all over the place. I don't know if it's a national discussion, and the internet and the service providers are trying to be protective. Because one of the things, have you noticed, y'all, that because of the backlash of this case, or the impending suspected backlash of this case, that the internet service providers and or the social media companies have determined there's a heavy filter to be needed. And they say it's to protect the sanctity of the okay. The sanctity of the communities that this may impact. Let me see if I can get this right. It's the small things, y'all, that really get in the way. Forgive me, y'all. Let me switch glasses because these glasses look cool, but they ain't helping right now. Let me go back to the other ones. Okay. It grants power to the Justice Department Civil Rights Division to issue subpoenas to police. It provides grants. It grants the state attorney general to create an independent process to investigate misconduct and excessive use of force. It established a federal registry of police misconduct, complaints, and disciplinary action. I think that's to create a database of information to be readily had for municipalities who get when officers are on. It's always when I'm doing stuff that my mind seems to be distracted here. Let me turn this off. Forgive me, y'all. In situations where officers lose their job, they get stripped of the position. Sometimes what they do is they transfer over to other offices in other localities, other states, and what have you. Like they get the positions, once again, to be a police officer, be in a position of judgment. And this could be potentially dangerous to another person. So this creates the registry. It enhances accountability for police officers who commit misconduct. And by restricting the application of qualified immunity. Qualified immunity is the concept that brings the responsibility, the equitable responsibility, financial responsibility to the municipality or the agency which employs that person who makes those bad decisions while in that position. That's the term that you have to pay attention to. Qualified immunity. Qualified immunity. If qualified immunity did not exist, officers and anyone else in a political position, say in addition to political positions who do corrupt things against the trust of the people and found guilty, and then later on there's a big penalty to be paid. It's not the municipality, it's the individual doing it. So the doctrine would change for qualified immunity for local and state offices, and by changing the mens rea, meaning the intent of the element 18 USC subsection 242, federal criminal offense of deprivation of rights under color of law. So, Jack Xavier, call your grandmother. It requires federal uniformed police officers to have body-worn camera. It requires marked federal police vehicles to be equipped with dashboard cameras. So there's a long list of different things that must be done for it to exist. Jack Xavier. And in the presence of this policing act, it lends us an opportunity for us to get the support needed in the community to prevent from good police to be affected by the decisions of police officers that make bad decisions. And in evidence, it takes out the existence of bad policing. All right, so that's the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. Very important. Very, very important that we continue with that discussion because it's necessary for all of us to be involved in this process. And as we move forward, know that the new norm, we're going to continue to try to be as informative as possible to everyone. So you're fully aware of this whole process moving forward because this impacts all communities, not just one community, not just one race, but it impacts all. How policing is had, how the determination of justice and who is, the quote is justice for all. So we want to ensure that the Constitution isn't just a fabricated amalgamation of words and intention. It is a mandate that all of us have to live by. And the credo of justice for all is executed in every way possible. So we're very supportive of that. So as we move forward, I want you to understand that this Derek Chauvin case still continues, because as you see shortly after that, other dispositions that come around, and there's a lot of sensitivity being had with shootings with police officers involved. I think that's the term. Shootings or deaths with police involvement. I think that's the term. And for this, I'm making sure I want to get the right term with it, because it's extremely important that we pay attention to all those dispositions that take place. Just within 24 hours time, we saw a 16-year-old girl in an altercation that took place where an officer had to feel like they had to take a few shots and take her life to protect others. If you look at the camera footage, the one thing that stands out is, unfortunately, the young lady who was shot and killed, one, outside of passing away, had a weapon in her hand. And the question that goes on, was the officer moving zealously with a gun, choosing to use a gun instead of using a taser, which probably could have been used also. It was a choice situation. Nationally, you'll see a lot of police and police advocates suggest that was that disposition caused a need for that type of address. And in certain instances, you can look at it and say, okay, based on the potential harm being done upon others, the potential danger upon others, the police officer felt it necessary for it to happen. So that case is now being reviewed. It's being looked at. The body camera, as the police department in that area seem to want to be as open and as accessible as they possibly can. They've afforded the community full view of the camera, of the body camera that was on the officer at the time. And you see the situation. It was a scuffle. A 16-year-old girl in a fight, a big fight apparently took on. And for those of us who live in urban communities, in the cities, we see that too often. Young girls are fighting. Our young girls are fighting more and more and more. They're violent. Why are they violent? Why do they feel? Why are we cultivating an atmosphere that provides a sense of a need for our young ladies, our queens in development, a need to be violent? Why do we cultivate these situations where we have this propensity for the ops mentality, and we have to go all out? It's all or nothing. The truth is, we are not familiar of the context of what transpired at that event. But we also know from that truth is the young lady is 16 years old, has passed. And all of that stuff could have been avoided. All of it could have been avoided. And we all have a responsibility and should own some responsibility in it. And what I mean by own, our society, how we cultivate the society, is a big factor in how the minds of young people develop. When we allow violence to be the center stage on so much, and it becomes entertainment, it becomes a source of power, a sense of ownership, a sense of inclusion, then our young people tend to gravitate towards that because they yearn for those things. And we allow it. You know, we got to struggle through a bully mentality. We were just bullied, politically bullied for the past couple of years with our past president. We were bullied continuously now with this pandemic, bullied by society's woes and government officials telling us what we can and cannot do. We're bullied all the way around. And America and the world are tired of getting bullied. So imagine these young people, and this is one of the topics that we talked about before that I'm very sensitive to, is the potential for mental health concerns, because we are living in a society where there's not many resources for people to get assistance in finding mental health clinics or mental health resources to help them manage and cope better. A lot of people are left to their own vices, their own ways of managing. And sometimes the only ways they've learned or they manage their mental health strains or the concerns is by utilizing some sort of controlled substance, um, drugs, alcohol. Some find sex. Some find being violent, being destructive as coping mechanisms to expel or let out their steam. Snapping. People are snapping all over the place. You see it continuously. You see all kinds of signs of America falling apart at its seams and in our communities and even our own homes. During the time of pandemic, one of the biggest concerns that we had to be concerned about is domestic violence, domestic abuse. Domestic abuse not on just couples, but domestic abuse based on the children, parental abuse. And sometimes children abusing their elderly or ill parents. Mental health is a volatile thing, and society has not been helpful. Popular culture has not been helpful. We have allowed it to be perverted. And by what I mean by perverted is misconstrued. We don't have the foundations that we once had. We don't allow for the support systems that we once had because we're constantly at our odds. One has to be better than the other. You know, if you're not Christian, you're going to hell. If you're not a Muslim, then you're an infidel and you're going to hell. If you're straight and you don't support gays, then you're going to hell. You're a bad person. If you're a person who loves different than I do, I can't stand you. You're demonic. You're going to hell. There's so fear of so much opposition that we're not really understanding that we're playing into it. If you look at probably the base concept of hell, we're in it. But it's something that we've created. So I think we have to do more to be compassionate, to understand not everyone carries the burden the same way we do, to be aware, not just assume that everything's okay. If you see flashing lights in your community, don't just assume they're there for something that you think is justified. It could be something misconstrued that can escalate and be something who's tragic. A traffic stop can turn into something extremely horrific if if it allowed to develop in a negative way. There's protocols that have to be followed. However, there's breaks in understanding of these protocols. There's other stimulus or stimuli in the community that may impact the protocol or the exchange between human beings that can at times elevate people's aggression, elevate these people's propensity to want to be violent, be disrespectful. I just saw a video of a man. He looked to be about my age, maybe a little older, in the 50s, upper 50s, and a well-spoken individual. He was an individual who looked as if his appearance was something important to him, and he wore suit-wise. And he was facing officers in a domestic situation, meaning it looked like he was getting thrown out of his house. There might have been a issue with his loved one, and there was a order for him to be removed from the property, whatever the situation is. So officers were called. So he was going back and forth, and his aggression, you can see clearly he was being aggressive with the officers. In certain instances, it was helpful because it afforded him the opportunity of being listened to. However, it also created animosity amongst the officers and himself in that whole situation. This was recorded and it's on video right now. It's about an hour and 40 minutes long. This whole altercation between officers. It ended up with him being really handled badly because he was being erratic. I mean, the way he was acting, if you look at it, you're like, he shouldn't have done this. He shouldn't have said that. He should have been this way and that way. There's a lot of should have been. And not just to the person, the man who was arrested and in detention, but of the officers also. One officer clearly got aggravated and felt that the person, he had him in a chokehold, a direct choke to his neck, and he was punching him in the face. And the guy who was getting punched in the face was saying, "Why are you punching me?" And the officer, which was a female officer, trying to be very amicable, trying to be very considerate about this whole disposition, was like, no, don't hit him, stop hitting him, whatever the situation. She was really trying to be helpful. But this guy was really aggravated. Once, I think it's because of the situation that took place between the officer and him. and he was saying, you're not empowered. This is not your situation. You're not in control. Talking to the officer. I'm in control of this situation, and this is why. Officer didn't like that. What do you mean? I'm in control. This is the authority. This is the mentality that officers are placed to believe that they're an authority, and then because their authority is what I do. When in the reality is that they're both in a situation as human beings, there should be a more respectful understanding, and there should be a protocol being had between the officer and the gentleman or the citizen in the situation where it becomes amicable. The person has the rights to speak to whoever it is, and the officer treats that person in a just way, and things are done more accordingly, and ends up in a more amicable situation. In that one, if I'm not mistaken, he ends up being shot, and that continues. Like I said, we are now in a heightened sense of sensitivity. The minute police officers are called on site, their heightened sensitivity right now is, could this be a heightened situation? Will it be an elevated situation where I have to make a decision to pull my sidearm? Is it a heightened situation where someone's trying to set me up? Because a lot of times that's the mentality that people think. Is someone trying to set me up to make me look bad, or to criminalize me as an officer or an arm of the law? All this stuff could potentially be happening. So officers are very sensitive to moving in, maybe not like they once was before, but now just moving in a more gingerly way, making sure everything is ordered, which is a helpful thing because it helps protect them as good officers and good policing. But the community is also in a heightened situation. The minute you see some flashing lights and officers, cameras are going up. You see this like crazy, and this is one of the dispositions. You see it immediately. Cameras coming up, and you see somebody hiding back. I'm watching you. I'm recording the wholeness. However, they're not helping the person on the ground. They're thinking they're helping because they're recording just in case. But very few people do something different to that. We've learned in the Derek Chauvin case, if it wasn't for the young lady with the full recording of the situation that proved that George Floyd was murdered, and that whole handling of the situation was improper, showed it. While the other officers or the other people that were there, the one young man was an MMA expertise, his expert in MMA, basically voicing his opinion, voicing out loud, you shouldn't do it. Please don't do it this way and that way. Even the young girl that was a minor and said, please stop. These are the individuals that vocalize, please stop. You could do that. By law, you can speak aloud. However, you see a lot of times in heightened situations, it ain't just speaking, because you see our folks cursing them out. What the fuck you doing this and this way and that way, and using every term popular, that whole situation, people are yelling and screaming. My man Kevin, what's up, Bubba? Do you think the young lady? Let me put this up so everybody can look at this statement he's asking, because it's a discussion that we're having about this whole altercation. Do I think that situation with the young lady could have been handled differently? Yes, I could have. There's a few factors that should have been handled immediately, I think. These youth or these young people that were all in an altercation situation were allowed to be immediately in their grasp, right in the hands way, too long. If they know there was some heightened situation, fighting, or even about to fight, you can tell in a highly sensitive situation that you got to get in there. Elders, what do? Get in there immediately. Get in between the young people, break them up, set them out, take them a walk, whatever the situation. It wasn't done. They were corralled on the outside. And corralling on the outside doesn't necessarily become some sort of deterrent. And the officer pulled his weapon at that time. So I don't know if there was some clue to say, pull the weapon at that time. Maybe there was a suspicion of a firearm, a gun, some sort of weapon. I don't know. I can't say that. However, the weapon was pulled. You saw the video, the body cam. A taser could have been pulled equally. It could have been another officer, because there was more than just one officer that addressed this. Apparently, there was about 3 or 4 different officers in that immediate area, in the corralling process. One officer was at a different angle, may not have seen the weapon per se, but probably could have pulled a taser out immediately, and it could have been more vocalization about what they were seeing. I don't know if that's training or if it's just second nature, but I truly believe that something else could have occurred that have been a better deterrent than the outcome the way it was. It's really sad. But when I saw the video, and I'll tell you honestly, when I saw the video and I saw the girl pull back on the knife, immediately I was like, oh shit, why? Then all I kept thinking is, why did this young girl feel it was okay to whip out a weapon in the presence of the police? What? And that's why I said earlier about the context. We don't know the context of the discussion. We don't know what would transpire. It could have been just blind rage. Something horrible could have happened that could have been the cause of intent for this to happen. Something horrible could have happened. We don't know. And I imagine as time goes on, we'll find out a little bit more about what transpired, because we don't know what in the mind of the individuals are in the presence or in the time frame they are. They have to make split decisions. And this young girl whipped it out like she wanted to take her life. And then that's where police officers looking, that's that snap judgment they have to make to protect the lives of all the others. They chose to shoot the girl. And that's a hard situation. That officer now has to live with that type of guilt, although there's justification by a lot of the support in the background. But ultimately, that's a human being. And that person who pulled the weapon on the 16-year-old girl and shot her has to live with that guilt that I took a life. Is it justified? In the presence of the law and the way all of the supporters suggest, it may be just enough justification. But you still have to live with the guilt that my actions had taken the life of a 16-year-old girl. She will no longer have life in her. No one could have hope in the life that can develop. We heard a little bit of the backstory of the young girl. She apparently was part of the foster child program. We've heard that she's been through some situations. And all these are alleged because we don't know what her life was made of, what it was comprised of. We don't know. We assume that everyone's living a coochie crunch life, a wonderful life, the great Americana life that we live, But the truth of the matter is that far too many children have to suffer through the ills and sicknesses of society today. Too many of our kids sometimes are in houses that abuse them physically, sexually, psychologically. Some of them have to be displaced out of those households and placed into foster programs where the foster homes are just equally as bad, if not worse. And that ongoing mental dilemmas that these kids have to develop and have to go through, navigate, make them harden. Just recently, we lost a great artist by the name of DMX, known as DMX. And he talked about that in his biography, his autobiography, and he spoke to many people about his upbringing and how that impacted his life, being penalized just for being alive, and his hardships and how it made him really distrust human beings. The only thing he trusted was dogs, and it was something that we tend to avoid facing the truth. And let me say this directly to my people of color. My folks, sometimes we're the ones that create these demons that we're fighting today. Sometimes we're the ones, it's our fault that our kids turn out to be as bad as they are. Sometimes it's our wanting to turn the cheek and avoid the truth that we are part of the reason why these kids end up so messed up. When we smoke so much weed and do drugs in front of them, we make them think it's okay for them to do the same thing. When we openly give our bodies to people without any emotional attachment, anything else, we make the children feel that that's an expression of love and that's something that you do. So we make them as equally easy as we are as an adult. If we visualize, if we create this animosity between man and wife, and a man is beating up his wife in front of the child, that child sees that and adopts that as part of their life. And they either become very aggravated against men, or if they're man children, they in turn end up becoming abusers themselves. because this is what daddy did. And because this is what I've learned of how to exhale my ills and my pains and so on and so forth. This is how I learned. This must be the solution because he did it. And then the young girls watching their mothers get beat up, they have resentment for the women, for their mothers, feeling that they could have been and could have done so much. And then if the father or mother or relative does something to the child, they have resentment for the parents because you didn't save me. Why didn't you save me? Anybody that knows my past or may have heard, I was abused as a child, sexually abused. I saw a lot of physical abuse in my household, a lot of stuff that I shouldn't have seen, or it was seeing life vividly that was unfriendly. I mean, where I was growing up, there was drug addicts, alcoholics. My dad was an alcoholic. Person that I know is my dad, was an alcoholic and a drug user for many years. His coping in his mind was drugs. That came because of the resource of easily finding it amongst his siblings and the people around him. And as a young person, you're relying on your relatives to help you understand so on and so forth. Nah, here, take a hit of this. How the hell is that going to be helpful? How the hell is that going to help you develop as a young man trying to be a better man? Because ultimately you have to be the example to the child that you're caring for. How can that happen? How can that happen? And then let's not talk about the sexual issues, because too many of us are in fucking denial. We have sexual predators in our families, and we will deny the truth. We want to act as if it's not our problem. Hell yeah, it's our problem. It's our family members, right? We're supposed to be the ones looking out for one another, right? We're supposed to be charged with taking care of our communities, correct? So why aren't we doing it first with our own households? If you know you got a family member that does things wrong, who loves in an improper way and loves people who need to be protected, who finds it sexually appealing to go towards someone who's harmless, who's innocent, a predator preying on children, and you allow it to happen, you go to hell. You deserve all the hell coming to you, because if you know this and you didn't do anything about it, you're equally part of the problem. And in our community, that shit happens too often. In our community, we allow predators to manifest. We allow predators to protect it because we're only told we need to look out. And then if we turn around and look at the truth, we have so many predators and sexual offenders in our communities, in our areas, and so on and so forth. We'd be shocked if you see the data. We got so many that you don't know who to turn to because everyone does the same shit. And the minute they do something wrong, everyone else does what? Turns the cheek. And who pays for it? That child. That child don't deserve that shit, man. Child doesn't deserve to be treated like a toy, treated and abused, looked at as some sort of sexual release. Child doesn't deserve it, man. But we allow it to happen. We got predators in our neighborhood continuously prospering. And we got supporters in political arenas, in law enforcement, in judicial situations, business owners, churches, synagogues, masjids. We got them all over the place, but we're in denial. Why? Because it is so wrong for us to turn in our own people, to speak ill of our own. But God forbid something goes on and a police officer comes in, steps in and shoots and kills your relative, right? Then, oh, Black Lives Matter. Then it's us against police. So let me not take this any further. And let me digress by saying we need to do better. Let me digress by saying we have to take ownership in our communities. We have to take ownership in the lives of the people in our communities. We have to do what we can to play a bigger part, bigger role in the lives of our younger people. We can't keep believing that someone else is going to do it for us, because little did you know, or little are you understanding or recognizing that these children are learning either by your presence and the action that you do, or the lack of your presence and what they're lacking, because they'll remember what you did to them or what you did for them. They'll remember. And that's going to be a seed that's going to grow in them. But it's going to take us to either take that seed that's positive, water it, let it prosper and grow, so that individual has a chance in life to live a good, proper, prosperous life, and then be that tool to help others live prosperous life, or we're going to allow that death seed to grow in them and further pass along death. It's our responsibility. It's yours. When you're going to understand that shit, when you're going to recognize that instead of playing games and stop worrying about your damn pocket, you should be caring about the most treasured item that we have is in our children. Instead of worrying about how we look to our peers, we should be concerned about how we look to our elders. They're the ones that struggle to provide for us. And we need to own up to what our legacy is, the legacy of what the prosperity they wanted for us. And if you're not doing and you're not playing your part, then you got work to do. You need to catch up. Get your shit together, group your poop, do what you need to do. Life ain't over. As long as you're breathing, you still have an opportunity to do better and to get life. It's not just about getting the bag, because the bag could be a damn body bag. It's about getting right in life. Prosperity is not accumulated through money. It provides a whole lot. That's no question, because I'm still playing my lottery, and trust me, when I hit, y'all gonna know because of the absence. I ain't gonna be around as much, but I'm gonna make sure I'm gonna live life on my standards more. It's not about the bag. It's about the love. It's not about all that bullshit. We get lost in what you see on the internet. We get lost in what we see in the news. We get lost with the rumor mills that we heard from Aunt Jackie in the corner, or Sissy up on the block, or did you hear from Aunt Petey how she was saying this and that, this way and that way? We develop our understanding by too much misconstrued information. Instead of getting it, it's in your face. Like you're looking at me now, whether it's through a phone or through the internet or through some other media, you have that same resource that you can get more valid information. Don't just go to one location, go to many locations and gather as much information as you possibly can. As our kids are walking around roaming, asking Google conversations or things and topics that they should be asking us, we can do the same for things that are helpful to help us. They're tools. We don't use them. We don't use these tools to be more informed, more of an asset to our community. So our youth have no need, nor do they give us the type of respect that I talk about all the time when I say respect the great. If we're not giving them shit to respect, then why do you think you do respect? Just because you're older? No, hell no. You're taking up space and oxygen. Someone else could probably utilize it better. You're not being helpful, then there's no essence in what you need to do. I'm understanding if you're here on the planet, don't hurt anyone, be as helpful as possible. And then leave a mark that's prosperous for others. Create fertile land so people can prosper from. Whether it's understanding your hard work or whatever the situation is, because ultimately you can make millions, if not billions on this planet. You can't take it with you. So create generational wealth. And what we need to start understanding is generational wealth starts first on what we value. We like to value dollars too much. Paper ain't shit but leaves, bark. It's wood. It's the essence. This is what dollars are made of. Now you see cryptocurrency. That's something you can't touch. You see digits on the internet and people are valuing that. That's value, putting value in something you can't touch. It's unreal. I guess that's the same basis of religion. We put so much value in something we don't touch. We can't touch. Why? Because we believe it's there. And we've been constantly believing that there's value in paper. Value in paper, meaning the degree that someone went to college for. Value in a title that you can't touch. Someone's a mayor, a council person, a priest. All these things. All these things. You put a lot of value in it. And there is value upon the world, but there shouldn't be value in your heart to it. Brother Amir Holland, I greet you. I see what you're saying. Crypto is the way. That's talking about finance. It is not the way of life. It is the way of finance. Finance, it's a good thing. It's why we try to get as much information. I saw recently you're trying to push. And mad love, mad respect for you. I wish you well. And I hope that you can inform people, not just harvest information and make sure people stay underneath. Because that's what you see too much of that shit too. People harvesting and hoarding power, influence, and resources so they can make themselves feel good like I'm the king. Kiss my ring. Fuck you. You ain't shit. Because the minute you earn it, you can lose it. All this about you being the king, someone can shoot you and kill you, and that kingdom is over. Over. Not that I wish anyone any ill. I don't. I want blessings upon all of us. But we're losing value. We don't value one another. We have poor relationships between our loved ones. Our fathers are so hardened that we can't relate to our children. Our children are going out into the world without the male image, without the male understanding. So they're lacking, and they're going out there trying to represent the world. And you wonder why sometimes they come into broken relationships, or what their propensity is, or their imagery is broken themselves. Well, shoot, that was their foundation. If you as a man, and I'm talking to my man, can't relate to your women and can't show the sensitive, caring side, then how can she really fully understand the caring and concern that you have? Just because you provide? I don't know. I'm seeing lots of women who are in the LGBT community do the same thing that you've been doing. So what's different? What's different? So let's get real. We need to put value in one another more. We need to put value in relationships more. We have to put focus on rebuilding who we are as human beings, because all of us are damaged, y'all. There's no perfect people. None. And no matter how much we like to believe that the people that we pray to or pray about or pray with are perfect, nope, that's not. It's not true. They're imperfect. Amir, you coming on a little late, brother. I see the question is, he posed this question. Do you feel the verdict of George Floyd case was a victory, or was it a bare minimum? It was a symbolic victory because it was a visual showing of what justice supposed to look like. Is it a victory? Not yet. Not yet. I'll say we're closer to victory once we enact the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. Soon as we kick that in there, then we're one step closer to justice for all. So that's why I said it's extremely important that we pay attention. Don't sit up there with your hands up saying we won. We ain't win shit, really. We haven't won shit. Because there's plenty of cases out there, and we're starting to see it. Court cases where people of color have won against the system and or the justice system, beat them, but it took so long. There was an evidence, a young lady who, very young in her tenure as a police officer, saw another officer do something wrong and stepped in and intervened, and the justice system went all out against her. She had to fight it in court. It took some excess of 20, 30 years down the line for her to finally win. And I can't remember her name, and I should have put an asterisk to it to the side and the whole nine as a talking point. But she intervened, and she had to wait for decades for her justice to come in, to step in, to save the life and or save a system that's supposed to be right. But she didn't get hers until later on. That's just one win. It's another win. My wife was just telling me adamantly about a situation, Miss Beulah, I can't remember the last name. She's the only African American woman in history that took the Ku Klux Klan to court about murder that took place with her son, and she won. There's lots of situations where people of color go to court and win because we have wonderful lawyers. Not only black lawyers, but we have a lot of wonderful allies that are not black who know the justice, know the law, and do what they can to help to ensure that there's justice for all. And that case didn't bring too much of attention, and it didn't have that ripple effect and impact the overall justice in America. So we see it all the time. This one just had a lot more people watching, a lot more. And I tell you, man, I cried because at that one point in time, to me, said for all the people that were bound up for the pain, they could breathe for the moment. They can take a deep breath. It's not to say they won victory, because ultimately George Floyd will not be any longer. He's passed. His life was taken. There's no replacement. Some like to say, oh, well, his family got millions of dollars. Yo, that's the dollar value you put on your life? What kind of fucked up mentality is that? You thinking, well, at least they got money. I guarantee they would prefer having him back than the money. But let's not talk about that. That's, again, we talked about value a little earlier. Some of us misconstrue this whole concept of value, and we put way more value in something tangible, meaning something that we can touch, than we are one another. The relationships that we have between people who are supposed to love us. Our parents, grandparents, community, cousins. You know, me myself, I come from a very large family. But oddly enough, I was raised alone. I have brothers and sisters that live in other areas. But I never had the opportunity of some of the things that some of you talk about all the time about your brothers and sisters do. I hold on to the few memories of us doing things, but we couldn't. My mom was subjected to a harsh situation in her relationship, and for her to feel like she had to be free of potential death, left that position, left that relationship, and in her leaving it, here I come. And I was left out of that whole potion of love. I come from a big family. If anybody knows the Delgados here in Atlantic City, Delgados, Felicianos, Martinez, we're a big ass crew, big family. Rivera, Nunez, lots of us. And we're all related by connection, injection, DNA, or selection. Because some of us are family only by choice. We don't have any blood relation, but because of what we do and how we look to one another, we can't get any tighter as family. So we got a big ass family. Well, sorry about that, y'all. It seems like I was running through some temporary internet issues. I don't know what is going on, but um, it's the new norm, y'all. 2.0 with Mo Delgado. We seem to run into issues more often than some, but we adapt, do the best we can to move forward. So maybe I'll just take this as a production note to change the stream. Um, This is the new norm 2.0 with Mo Delgado. I'm your host 2.0. For anybody's interested in participating in the show, please let us know. And we'll try to connect you. And then we'll send out a link to you if you'd like to, if you're interested, to getting on the show, how to do so. We're utilizing a third-party production application that encrypts the whole file. It's not like Zoom. We used to use Zoom in the past, and Zoom would get in the way sometimes. And because of encryption and bombing, as you see too often, a lot of times these productions or these broadcasts get bombed by people. So to prevent bombing, encryption takes place. So what we do is we send out the invitation for you to be able to get on. But you got to remember, folks, if you're using a mobile device, you have cookies, or you're using your laptop, there's cookies, and cookies can provide a direct path when you're returning back to something that you did once past. But because it's encrypted, cookies causes that issue. So if you can, erase your cookies before you try to come on, and you should have no problems. We've seen before people who are part of the panel on a regular basis have that issue, whether it's a laptop, whether it's a pad, palm top, whatever the situation is. Just erase your cookies, which is a good thing to do anyway on a regular basis, and then try to link on. Greetings to my brother. How are you, Adrian?
What's going on this evening, Mo? What's good?
How you feeling?
Great, man. Great. Hey, it's a wonderful life, just like the movie, you know.
Yeah. I hear you, brother. I hear you.
Be positive. Be positive, you know.
Yeah. Well, positivity is it's a form of energy, and we're going to try to keep giving that energy out into the world. So, whatever we possibly can. We are. Seems like we're going through some more delay again. Your voice is coming in shortly after your visuals are coming in. I'm like, okay.
I don't know, man. I don't know with that StreamYard, man. I'm serious. You know, I mean, technical difficulties here and there. You know, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
I know just as much as you do, and you don't know. So there you have it.
Remember, we had issues using Zoom before, and there was times when we couldn't even get on. We had to wait until like hours later on to log on. So StreamYard provides that, plus being able to go on both networks, on different networks, because YouTube has a little bit of delay on theirs, but we're on YouTube as well. And then you know how Facebook is. I think they're just getting feisty on us, and they're trying to make everything a little bit more difficult. So you have to pay for it.
Zuckerberg's got to stay that billionaire status. You know that, bro. Come on.
Yeah, exactly. They're trying. It's all a conspiracy, man. A conspiracy. To try to make sure that they get all the money they possibly can from us and obligate us to have to pay for everybody, man. But
they believe in squeezing the small guy because that's how you stay rich.
You know,
it reminds me of a commercial a few years ago when that guy said, "How do you think I got so rich? Being cheap."
Being greedy.
Remember that commercial many years ago?
Being greedy. Yeah. I saw you know, we're just talking about this, and I was just showing more. You know how TED Talks, right?
Yeah.
There was one discussion that I'd recently just found out, I think was a TED Talk in Auckland, and Auckland, New Zealand. And we're talking about generating income, or the income potential that media does through the internet. And what they do is they utilize these spikers, what they call spikers, by splicing the internet in specific routes. And what they do is use marketing tools to get in those splicers. What that does, it takes the capacity of the broadband and waters it down, enables marketing to be more there, but it waters down the service provider. It's like the concept of skinnying down Atlantic Avenue in Atlantic City. Nonsense, right? Same concept. They want to skinny it down. The internet service providers are trying to skinny it down so they can insert what they want to, have more access to the different networks, and then compartmentalize shit. I'm like, man, the human beings are trip, man. We create certain things that are essential, and then we fuck it up.
Oh, exactly. You know, that's the way it's been going for centuries. You know what I'm saying?
Fuck it up. You know what? Thinking about how guns were created probably to help with hunting. Okay, I can find food at a distance. I don't have to exert energy. I can kill more animals so I can feed my family. Oh shit, I just shot somebody and killed them. It's going to help me in war. I can kill more people. Great. See,
They
human
built
beings.
the machine gun.
Yeah.
The machine gun first, right after that, we could actually, spit out a substantial amount of bullets at a time.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Again, that's the initiative of human beings. We find things to be helpful, and then all of a sudden we change it into something that shouldn't be. The atomic bomb was trying to find secondary energy sources that they knew all along that the coal was not necessarily helpful, and they were trying to found combustion energy, cold fusion energy, and all of a sudden the ship blew up. What they have? A weapon.
Yeah, now everybody wants that weapon. Everybody wants that weapon.
Nuclear energy, right?
A big player on the world stage.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Plutonium.
Right now, Iran, exactly. Iran is trying to get that big time. And every time they're trying to move one step ahead, Israel have one of their infiltrators get up inside there and take it out.
Oh, yeah.
They just lost all the electricity, to one of their power plants that was making some of those nuclear weapons.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And then in addition to that, I mean, think about all the energy that's involved right now, all the way we are, we're basically slaves to certain sources. You know what I mean? You need oil. Why do we need oil? Then it empowers who? The super rich in Qatar and the Middle East and everything.
That's the reason why they don't want that smart energy coming along. That sun and the wind and the solar, they don't want that. Obviously not. Yeah. Because it's going to kill them. Remember, Saudi Arabia and those guys, lived off of oil for many, many, many years. They created generational wealth.
Exactly.
Huge. Dubai is another one also.
Mm. Big time. Qatar, United Arab Emirates, UAE, all of them on this whole process. And it's a trip because as you see, like, you ever seen a movie called Blood Diamonds?
Yeah.
Remember how Blood Diamonds expose the truth and how the value of diamonds are?
Yeah, De Beers.
One company, De Beers, buys up all the diamonds.
Yeah.
So they only funnel out whatever they can to bring more value to the diamonds, and they'll manage it there. Same situation when it comes to fossil fuels. Certain companies, and they keep all the fossil fuels, and then they'll funnel it. And then they have these things called speculators. We're going to speculate that the prices are so-and-so. There's no true wealth and value to it. It's based on what they speculate. Same shit with stocks. Huh?
This one guy on what's his name? He has a show. A Greek guy has The Prophet. You ever seen that show on MSNBC? He actually did a little investigation into the diamond district. It should be on YouTube. It's very interesting, and it tells you all about how the speculative part of the diamond, industry.
Yep.
These guys going along. Now they're actually coming out with making diamonds. They're creating diamonds in laboratories now that looks identical to the real diamonds that you won't be able to tell it apart. But it's made in a lab. It's not made in the ground.
Right. There's this thing called moissanite. Moissanite looks just like that. Moissanite, it's a compressed diamond. It's the same process of diamonds. It's just it never converts into clarity. Moissanite, you'll see it. It's a darker gem, but it's the same thing as a diamond. It's just compressed, man-made versus natural. And I'm like, most people put so much value in diamonds, but diamonds aren't the most valued gem.
Well, that's what they say. Diamonds are forever.
Stupid people. People value nothing
forever, huh?
The most expensive gem out there are rubies. You have rubies and some emeralds, depends on the shade of emerald, are far more expensive, far more rare than diamonds are.
It's up on the wealth scale than diamonds.
Yeah. But everybody got to be bling bling, got to rock out diamonds this way, have a big old diamond ring. That's it frustrates me sometimes. You see that commercial, what 6 months of your salary is worth for someone.
Yeah, exactly. Right. That's why you stay broke. That's a good way to stay broke. You know what I'm saying?
It's the dumbest thing. And anyway, and this is the trip because young girls are taught. This is the way they're taught. They're like, oh, if they value me, they're gonna get diamonds. What do they do? Diamond earrings. What happens? Pearls, this and so on and so forth. They think they have value as a person. No. You really want to spend 6 months of your income? Give it to the lady.
It's a very shallow individual. It's very shallow. Very shallow people.
That's stupid, man. Just people want to just do that gaudiness and nonsense. Look at rings. Oh, he must love you. No, maybe.
Huh? Like Mr. T. Remember many years ago, Mr. T? And after a while they say, Mr. T starter kit with all the gold ropes and gold chains and everything.
But did you ever hear why he wore his chains? He said he wore his chains because he doesn't believe in the U.S. banking system and he wanted to make sure that whatever his value was, he can control it. He keeps it on him. I was like, okay. Anytime he got a big,
it's a different situation. Okay. You know, because I remember Queen Latifah, you know, went down to Trinidad. You know, you go down to Trinidad during the carnival season, you carrying around all of these diamonds with you, and she ended up getting robbed.
Wow.
Yeah, they went into a hotel room and they took all of the stuff.
That's a big no-no. I try to tell people all the time, go into areas.
When you go traveling, don't go blinging.
Don't go flossing. I had to say this to
the world. You know what I'm saying?
I had to say this to a friend of mine who just went to Jamaica, and you could tell she was as touristy as possible. She was like, "Oh my God, they got Starbucks in Jamaica." I was like, "Yo, for real? Come on, man." I said, first off, you can think it all you want to, just don't say it. And don't be in the presence of others that way, because you are.
Don't display your ignorance. That's what it really boils down to.
Exactly. I said, yo, enjoy it if it's something new. Yeah, you're a tourist, but don't verbalize how much of a tourist you are.
Yeah, I know. I went up to Trinidad, and this friend of mine says, Adrian, you see all those things you have on your hand, on your wrist? Get rid of it. He said, get rid of it.
Exactly.
Like it says, you know, he's going to turn you into a victim. Quick.
Yo, just wear a Casio watch. You're good. Nothing else. No other jewelry.
Yeah, exactly. A cheap, dollar store stuff. You know what I'm saying? Will do. It tells the time.
You wear a big ass sweater says Christian Dior. You look like a big ass Target. You see Gucci. That's an international symbol.
Oh, yeah.
People see that shit. You're
another one. Yeah. Michael Kors could die for Michael Kors up here. Imagine what it do down there.
Oh my God! Areas that look like it's a financial, transaction can be had. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna take that off you, and I'm gonna sell it. And I'm gonna be able to feed my family for about a month.
Exactly.
And how stupid that is.
Exactly.
If you're not foreign, but it's not to say that other areas don't have wealth, because there's a lot of wealth all over the world.
Yeah. But they're smart in the way how they actually go about this. Keeping it on the down low. Right. They don't go flossing a lot of the stuff, to tell you the truth, in a lot of the countries where they own wealth.
Yeah.
Yeah. They keep it on the down low, and that's what you got to do, because you become a victim picked and plucked. That's the way I look at it.
Then you got to answer questions. What had happened was, dumbass, you came in there flossing, and if you're flossing to people who are disadvantaged or people who are economically disadvantaged or hardened, then you should be a target, dumbass.
You become a victim.
You created yourself as a victim. But some people are like, well, shit, I worked hard. I can do whatever the situation.
Yeah, all right, go on with that. Go on with that nonsense.
Put all that shit on a trophy shelf and keep it in your house. And nobody else can sit up there and look at you and try to give you value. That's equity. That's bullshit.
I remember when I was down in Mexico many years ago, Ensenada, Mexico. Mm-hmm. This one guy was selling, chains. He's walking around, a handful of gold chains and silver chains, trying to sell it to the tourists. So I'm like, yo, man, how much does that cost? He said, yo, you don't want to buy this, man, because it'll turn green around your neck.
There's a lot of that shit.
It'll turn green around your neck, you know what I'm saying? That's just thinking, my bro. He came out in plain English and told me, you're like, you don't want to buy one of these, bro. You know what I'm saying? So they come back when he was all the way back. I started laughing, man.
We got this. I said every tourist area seems to have it. We had this one joker here on the boardwalk. It's like this. His brother was very dark skinned. He had this real sinister look on his face. Always had this look on his face. Had big ass coat on. He'd open up his coat and be sitting up there with all kinds of strains of gold. I was like, what the hell? He's like, yo, what you need?
Okay.
He looked at you. You need about 19 inch. And he'd tell you, he'd be like, you need about a 20-inch, man. I got a rope. And then open up the other side. Yo, you like the big ones, the fat ones? You like the dookie ropes? Which I got whatever you need. I looked at him. I said, come on, man. He said, yo, don't knock a hustle, man. I'm trying to make $1. And he's been there for years. Years.
I'm trying to make $1 then,
I don't know. I don't know what he's done.
Yeah, this hustle.
Years.
You can't knock the hustle, Mo. Come on, you can't knock the hustle.
I don't knock the hustle. I mean, people, I'm at odds that he still exists.
He has no rent to pay. You know what I'm saying? He probably got his boys standing by, in the shadows there, looking out to make sure they got his back. You never know.
And you can tell, if you know this one cat, you can tell he's got longer hair, darkly complected, and he's longer hair. Looks like he processes hair and it brushes it back, and it always looks like it's heavily greased. And he just has this look on his face always, and he's always looking back. He's always looking back, so he looks suspicious. And when he rolls up on you, he's like, yo, what you need? He got it on his hands, on his. I was like, bro, come on, man. Yo, for real? And it just shows you that the human mentality sometimes is you're going to find a way to be able to provide what you need. And I'm not going to knock that hustle. Because here in Lake City, what was another big thing? Fleas, right? The concept that we talk about fleas, people jumping back from casino to casino,
Mm-hmm.
looking through and lurking through the slot area or the table games to see if anybody's
I
lost
know
money.
all about it. I can tell you some really good stories. I'll tell you.
And working in slots for as many years as I did, I got familiar with a few of them, and I asked them questions. I was like, "Yo, is this really something?" And one guy was like, "Look, I was able to put my daughter through college through this, so that's
Right.
what." And I said, "Yo, wow, I didn't know it was that much." And another guy, it looked like, I swear, 30, 40 years, because it's been 20. I'm 51 here, so it's 25 years that I haven't been in the casino industry. 27 years that I haven't been in the casino industry, and the man doesn't look like he aged a bit. And I go back and forth, and I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
And you find out some of these individuals, they're very average individuals. It's just an opportunity.
I'm not
you know, exactly. And they look like, I'm not harming anybody. I said, in essence, you aren't hurt nobody. You're just looking to see if there's anything that falls on the ground. And you got some people that just stupid, man. They're just reckless. Yeah. They'll leave full buckets of coins and go to get something to drink. Yo, you just got got. You don't do that.
You know, apparently you didn't value your money as much, or else would have kept a closer eye on it.
You assume somebody else is supposed to play your security guard. No, it don't work. You're supposed to secure your own self. But that's how people are, man.
Yeah.
But besides all that, brother, how was your week?
It's beautiful, man. It's weather, hey, can't complain. You don't ever have to bother me about a brother like myself complaining. That's where I look at it. Mm-hmm. Because it gets you nowhere in essence. And not too many people want to hear about it anyway, so why bother?
Yeah, in essence, that's how most of us seem to have gotten, right? We have very little empathy for one another,
Exactly. How you doing and all that kind of stuff, but it's like in actuality, are you really caring about how you're really doing? I mean, the jury's out on that one.
One of the things that I've noticed is something that I'm trying not to let get under my skin. We celebrate celebrities so much that the minute one passes, we spend a lot of time talking about how that person's impacted them. And we spend a lot of time with the RIPs, LIPs, and so on, all these pictures, looking for different pictures to commemorate them. But we don't put the same type of energy in real people who've been in their lives. People that we live with, relatives or community advocates, people who really put an impact in their lives. Not a symbolic impact, but a real impact. We don't commemorate that. We don't give the flowers while they're alive. We wait to the end, but everyone seems to always want to show a picture. Like just recently, I saw the rapper / musician Shock G from the group Digital.
Totally familiar with them, from Digital Underground.
Digital Underground. For those who do not know, they're the ones who created the Humpty Dance.
Yeah, correct.
It's Humpty Hump, and they were the actual impetus that got Tupac being aware. Tupac was a backup dancer for them, and they gave him a chance with the same song as his first time he's ever been publicly recorded on a record. That was the first song called the Same Song.
Same song, right. Mm-hmm.
So, and Shock G was adamant of being very supportive of rappers, and he talked about it. There's a video recently talked about the different ones, and he was very supportive of Tupac. But again, it's just he's an artist and he made music, was good music. But I can't say that, Humpty Dance made a big impact on my life. It was fun. I can't say that Kiss Me and I'll Kiss You Back gave me impetus to move towards politics or being a social worker. It was fun. So, it's just, you see it often. But then you got people in the community pass away. Like we had brothers who just passed away. I just saw some guy named Mike B.
Michael Black. I went to school with the guy. I know the guy. He was a DJ. Really nice guy. Grew up with the guy uptown.
Yeah. Always cool people.
Really nice guy, man. Very mild-mannered person.
Yeah. Very, very nice individual. Community.
Yeah, very nice guy. I have nothing but really good words, to say about that guy.
A lot of love and respect I send out to his family. Send my prayers and condolences to his family. But these are people local that you see pass away, and we see a lot of people have passed away recently, and we're not necessarily paying the same type of homage. Not that we have to, because people grieve this, differently. Mm-hmm. It's just like I'm just one of those type of people. Like, yo, stop clout chasing. That's all it is because it's a popular thing. We like to commemorate these celebrities. I'm like, look, if they don't give two shits about us in our community, I'm gonna give half a fuck to them. That's how I feel.
Yeah, I mean, it's like look at DMX. I mean, that guy, he was here, there, and everywhere, promoting, certain things, as far as black people are concerned. And you have Shock G just passed away, and there was another one also that another rapper that also passed away recently. Between those two guys,
Black Rob. Yep.
Yeah, Black Rob. Correct. That's the one I'm referring to.
Yeah. Whoa. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. With P Diddy and those guys. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And as we see people passing away, it's unfortunate, but this age bracket of people passing away are our age bracket. And, we lived a hard life and didn't take care of our lives. We have a higher potential of passing away, and now through the epidemic, the pandemic world.
Like I said, at times it's no fault of your own. I mean, you could go out there and actually pick up COVID, and you could pass away from that, from no fault of your own, because what, you went food shopping?
Exactly.
That's something that you're used to doing, so, that's just the way life goes, but that's why I says, you have to, the definition of life is one day at a time, because tomorrow isn't promised to you. That's the definition of life. It's one day at a time.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely.
That's as a baby, when you start walking, you take one step at a time. That's how we do it. And that's life. You walk through life just that way, one step at a time.
It's going to require everyone to take the step by step, instead of jumping.
Exactly.
That's something that we try to advocate with our youth, right? Our youth are always constantly, I can't wait till I'm an adult. I can't wait to do this.
Sure, I remember when I used to say that when I was a kid, and now I became an adult, you know what I'm saying? But the thing about it is, when you're a child, just like the Bible says, you talk like a child, you think like a child, but when you actually grow up, you put away childish things. And that's what happens. You have to enjoy your childhood. And when you grow up, you say, I really enjoyed growing up. Yep. All of the good things like roller skating, like you and I have talked about, and the parties, these are the good things that you really enjoy. Camaraderie with your friends, your homies, the whole 9 yards. When you grow up, you're like, I remember those good days. You don't want to say, hey, I wish I could go back there and do it over. No, you did it right the first time.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because and that's one of the things I was talking. I don't know if you had paid attention much earlier, if you were available at the time, but I was talking about how our youth sometimes have to go through these hard conditions, and they don't get a chance to live out a childhood the way we had. They have to go through these really harsh conditions and have to grow up so soon, and have to grow up in such a dynamic way that they never had a childhood. And so the minute they get a chance of freedom, they try to live a childhood, and it becomes kind of destructive. Some of them go to parties and they party too much and party too hard, and it becomes even more destructive. So it's really hard, man.
Times have changed from the time we grew up to the time they're growing up now. Because remember, the 60s and the 70s, we dealt with a substantial amount of racism.
Yeah.
And it's still going on today. You see what I'm saying? So that part hasn't changed over all of these years. Mm-hmm. The 60s and the 70s and the 80s, all racism. In the 80s, we dealt with Ronald Reagan. And that wasn't easy. Grandmaster Flash, we made songs in the black community, about the struggles, such as, The Message, by Grandmaster Flash, the whole 9 yards.
Right.
We went into music. That's when rapping, and hip hop really came about back then.
Right.
So we leaned on a lot of the rap music. A lot of us these days, they're like, oh yeah, we listen to some of those. It's nothing like what went on back then. The Message, White Lines, you remember by, stuff by Curtis Blow, The Breaks.
The beginning of conscious rap, the origins, right?
Yeah, we did a lot of roller skating, and we did a lot of listening to music, to help us get through these times.
Right. And it just like you said before, it just made me think. Every generation has a cyclical source towards getting through, like their muse and their coping. Mm-hmm. The bracket before us had R&B. Bracket before them was rock or soul music. So you had different genres of music that are needed to help identify people's struggles and help them get through it. And I'm fearful that this new millennium, and the shit that they're creating going to help them get through anything. That's just confusing.
Well, Mo, you have to remember, because we're living through it right now.
Right.
It's their new norm. Is this pandemic. It's their new norm. That's what they have to deal with. Growing up, they can't go to college. They can't go in school, in person learning. They have to learn over the computer. Growing up, we didn't have that ability with the computer.
Right.
The computer is something that came along later on in life. You have 2, 3 of them, and people have all of these stuff. We didn't have that back then.
Right.
You know, we were outside playing, and like a lot of people said, you know, you have to be inside the house by the time the street lights come on. I know everybody has heard that one before.
Absolutely.
You see, so we grew up in a totally different era. Seriously.
My wife and I was just talking about that.
And Zoom and all this kind of stuff, huh?
Yeah, my wife and I were just talking about that. I said the concerns of the conditions that these kids are living through, their whole story changes, man. Because because of the pandemic, you can't have these gatherings that we celebrate. Like we can talk about. You remember when we went to the prom and so on and so forth?
Exactly. Graduation. Remember graduation? How nice it was in the after party.
Graduation. 2,000-3,000 people.
We can brag about that. They can't talk about that. You know, I have nieces and nephews graduated in the whole 9 yards on to college, and everything is over the computer.
Yep. And I said this. I said this to my wife before. I said the whole conditions are different, and I feel more inclined to try to provide them more of the same type of traditions that we have, but the conditions don't allow it, man.
It doesn't allow it. No, it's not conducive.
Or you got to be really creative with the shit. You know, got to be really creative with the shit.
Exactly. It's not conducive. You know, I remember back in the day, like you said, on a Sunday night, everybody would be in Franklinville or they'll be in Bridgeton, the skating rings. This is where you find folks. You know what I'm saying? If you don't see a homie during the school hours or whatever the case may be, you can guarantee to see him at the skating ring on Sunday or somewhere on Friday or Saturday night.
Yeah, yeah.
Times have changed.
Yeah, they are. They are. We just talked about that. Just the other day, like I said, yesterday, matter of fact, I took my son, him and his peers were hanging out celebrating one of their peers' birthday, and I took him to the bowling alley. And all I kept thinking, I said, I remember going to the bowling alley, and there was so many people there. It was like packed, jam-packed.
Oh, yeah.
And this bowling alley, there was a lot of people there, but the conditions are different. You can tell that it's set up different. Like, you got to bowl, you got to have your mask on.
like you're holding the place up.
You know what I mean? And I remember the bowling alley used to be a source where adults can come in, have a good drink, having something to eat, the whole nine, unwind. Some people play pool, whatever the situation. It was a source of fun. Now it's like, do you actually want to be there? You know, did you spray? I'm asking the attendant, did you guys spray all the balls in there? Were all the antiseptics or antiviral? Are you covering them? You know, because there's so many conditions now that you got to be concerned about. I don't know if the same concerns are there for, the things.
No, see, now you're the elder, because when you was growing up, your folks was talking about the good times they had back in the day. Now you're the elder talking about the good times you've had it back in the day with your friends and your homies and the whole 9 yards. Now they're gonna have a story to tell their own damn self.
Right. Thinking, what will my son be able to tell his kids? Oh, I remember when I was younger, we got up on the computer and just talked. But the conditions may be totally different. I mean, the pandemic, we talked about it before. This has permanently changed our lives in the fabric.
It's the future.
We won't ever go back to it. We won't ever go back to the same situation that we had before. We'll get close to it, but the conditions.
No, there's no going back. We're only moving forward. There is no going back. You're not going to go back to what it used to be, because right now I was watching on the news earlier tonight. I believe it was the BBC. And over in India, they have a serious problem with this pandemic. Huge is an understatement. Gigantic. As 45 would say, bigly. You see what I'm saying? Bigly. That's exactly what's happening. Because all of these bad boys are in the water, swimming around the whole night. Like, there is no freaking pandemic, no mask or nothing. They have 2,000 people contracting coronavirus a day.
I just saw a report. They had just reported about how Summitville or Summit County, not Summit County, Summitville, I think it's Summitville, New Jersey, is New Jersey's epicenter of the amount of people. And we looked at the averaging numbers and so on and so forth. Here in Atlantic City, we only got 200,000 people that may have contracted, but we have a high degree of individuals that may have died or subjected to it and you have healed. And so we're looking at this whole stuff and we're not even seeing the truth. A lot of this stuff is because of spring break. They went somewhere else. All the youth that went to someplace else to act up and be crazy and whatever, mask down. We've seen videos on YouTube.
Let me stop you there for a second. Let me stop you. What did you do back in the day when you had spring break and you and your boys? You know what I'm saying? They tried to do that during a pandemic, which is totally different.
Hey man, I'm not going to admit to anything that happened in the past.
There you go, playing the fifth again.
Reality, I totally understand because I told my son about an excursion I was able to go on. It was just out of the blue, last minute. Went to Fort Lauderdale with my roommates at that time. Had about $200. That was the refund from my my tuition check. It was a refund. $200 went down to Florida, and we had a good time. First time I ever went down there like that. Had a great time. So I would not be a person to try to deter my son, but I would also be an advocate for him to protect himself.
Correct.
I don't want to see a video you walking down what's that, Pacific Avenue,
Ocean Drive.
Exactly. Or go anywhere near that. Be at the Clevelander, acting the hell up with your mask.
Back in the day.
Clevelander's my spot, Miami. That was my joint. So I don't want to see a video of him acting recklessly because he got lost in the sauce, drinking and acting up, and he's got booty in front of him, and he's losing his mentality.
He's blinded by the light. Booty.
That happens. When men, it happens. They say the blood pressure goes south and it doesn't go back up to the that's real over there, man. That shit has happened. I will attest to that. You start motivated for the wrong reasons, for the flesh.
But Will Smith put it in a perfect way. Miami, South Beach, bringing the heat. That's what it brings down there. And one way or another, they bring the heat. You know what I'm saying? Whether it's a virus or whether it's some type of disease or whatever, they bring the heat. There's no doubt about it.
But you know what? In saying that, also, plus, think about it. For all the people who've allowed their children to go down there, did you instill in them the procedures, protocols, and safety tools so they can be safe? And in Miami, in South Beach, the administration, the government, that try to act all accordingly after the fact. Did you put all the safeguards that you needed to make sure everybody was safe? They could have put in all these safeguards. You could have had heating monitors. To evaluate people's temperatures up and down those strips that they go to. You can have spot checks every once in a while to make sure it's good. Hand sanitizer every block, gloves everywhere. Sprayers everywhere to do whatever you can. It's not going to be perfect, but it affords you more safety.
Exhausted. That's a lot of work and a lot of money. They're not going to do that stuff. You know what I'm saying? A lot of work and a lot of money.
But think about it. The only reason that there's only South Beach makes millions because of the tourists that spend money.
That's their cash cow. That's their cash cow. I know. I've been there many times. Right. It's a cash cow.
But if you look at the buildings, they're not modern. They're all Art Deco. They're 1950s Art Deco. And, it's a cool look here and there, but you see the rooms, they're not upgraded.
But even the restaurants are expensive. There's no doubt about it because you're on Ocean Drive. But then the people that actually work down there don't make crap for money. They don't make any money down there. I've spoken to those people. The wages is terrible. They're like,
food. You go to Ocean Drive, right? You got that bullshit over there. You eat the food. You get a plate of food is $40, $50. It's the same damn. You went to Little Havana, pay 20 something and get a better quality of food.
Yeah, you have to leave out of there. That's what I had to do. I had to go to a Cuban restaurant to get a decent meal.
Mm-hmm.
Because on Ocean Drive, the freaking thing is expensive as hell, and I know I stayed there.
That's if you're gonna eat there.
You gotta leave, and but the thing about it also, because then now you gotta rent a car. You gotta make sure you rent a car because that's the only way you're gonna get around down there.
Big no, because there's no parking spaces, and they'll get you with tickets. So I remember the next to last time I went down. I went down with my boy Darnell, got rested. So, and my boy Benny's from Chicago, and him and I hung out in the back of the. While they were going to these super expensive nightclubs, you had to pay like $100 a ticket to get in. We were like, get the fuck out of here. So we're riding down, the boulevard in front of all the stuff in the truck, and we're having a great time playing the loud music at that time and drinking and having a good time. And we just, the most important spot to us is this little convenience store. When you have that at the end of the strip of Ocean Drive, mm-hmm. There's like a little convenience store. It's like a little hole in the wall that sell warm up Doritos, like 7-Eleven food and all that stuff. Yo, we was loving it. It was that and a bottle of liquor, and that's all we needed, and that's our good times. We didn't spend that much money because we weren't just that reckless. And that place makes millions of dollars for nothing.
Yeah, they do. I know. I see it from I've seen it from different angles because one of the times I went down there, I actually caught a cab from the airport all the way down there. That cost me a grip. First of all, yeah, taxi. As a matter of fact, it cost me so much I became friends with a cab driver. He was coming back and picking me up because he's like, "You're the best thing I have."
Yeah.
I was this cash cow. You know what I'm saying? And the thing about it, he was Haitian. He was a Haitian guy, so he's like, "Look, don't eat down here. Let's go across to a Haitian restaurant. I'll take you to my spot." And that's what we were doing.
It's probably the same spot I went to on the outside of.
You got to go on the outside.
In a strip mall.
Stay away from that stuff. It's like Atlantic City. Stay away from the boardwalk. You want to go more to the inner city,
Right. Well, I can't say stay away from the boardwalk.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I can say different.
Exactly. But all I'm going to say is that there's more options in the entire.
I'm speaking from a customer point of view. I can do that.
Right. But down there, exactly. There was so many different options with people. One thing that I got on my wife at one time because her mentality is when we're on vacation, I'm not going to be too concerned about it. I said, hold up. We can't go crazy on just because we're having a good time. We found this restaurant, and I can't remember exactly the name. I think it was 1519 or something in Miami. It was a Cuban restaurant, slamming food. It was so good.
Was it Cuban food?
It was a Cuban restaurant, and I think it's a classic restaurant. It's a big one. I think it's called 1519 or something. I think
I went to one of those ones outside of outside of.
It's not on South Beach. You got to go into Miami off the Cross River.
Yeah,
it's right the main strip. The main strip where Wawa and all the regular chain stores are right there. It's right there, and it's on the corner of the boardwalk, the land walking area. It's not a boardwalk. It's a street, but only you can't drive on it. You got to walk on it. It's right on the corner of that main strip.
What are we talking about? I can't remember the name, but I know exactly what you're talking about.
Slamming food. I mean, it was wonderful, man, and it wasn't even expensive. I was like, just think, this is like 6 blocks away from where all the heat is and shit, and it's a couple $100 less. And 4 or 5 of us ate, and it was like maybe $150. But over there, it would have cost me a couple like $300. I was like,
I was watching the news yesterday, and this was rather interesting. Whereas the people, some of the restaurants down in Miami are actually saying that they want all of the employees to come back out to work. But now a lot of the employees are actually saying, now think about this, because when they try to pay these people $15 an hour, all the businesses push back. So a lot of the states actually says, well, we're going to actually in 3 years or 2 years, then you'll be able to make $15 an hour. But you have gas going up, you have clothes going up, you have food going up, you have rent going up. Everything is going up except the pay that you make. Yeah. So now these people are out, they're actually collecting unemployment down there in Florida. The restaurant owners like, we want these people to come back, but you're only paying them less than minimum wage. A lot of those people, they make some serious money on Ocean Drive and on South Beach. They make some heavy cash. Because if you want to start up a really good business, a restaurant, if you put it down on South Beach, you're going to blow up. There's no doubt about it, because that's where all of the tourists hang out. Mm-hmm. There's no doubt about that. So they're like, so they asked one of the restaurant owners, do you want to go on camera and talk about it? They're like, no, I don't want to go on camera. I don't want anybody to know what's going on. It's like, you don't want to go on camera, but you're talking behind the scene.
And you hit something right on the nose with the situation. During these times, these business owners did not want to give the same opportunities to employees to uplift their income wise so they can manage the need. Because they had their own needs. So what did they do? A lot of these business owners went out for the PPP loans.
Yep.
And I don't know if you've noticed lately, there's been a big focus on fraudulent situations with
on the PPP loans. Exactly. Some of these guys are actually taking it and actually closing down their business and calling it a day because they made enough money that they could walk away with a PPP loan because you break even. There's this one young guy and his girlfriend. They bought a freaking mansion. They bought a mansion. With the PPP loan, and the guy says he has I think between 50 and 100 employees when he had 0. It was just him and his girlfriend. And they never really had a business. So they cashed in on that guy big time.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of focus. And it's sad because a lot of folks were led to believe that a PPP was like free money because the loan was getting pushed, and it was opportunities for small businesses. But then some businesses weren't eligible while others were. And you didn't think like one related to the other.
Shake Shack's one of them.
Which one?
Shake Shack in Las Vegas is a huge franchise.
Yeah.
Home Depot, some of these guys actually were taking it because they say we didn't help out the community, so we should be able to. We have a store, and they were actually snatching the freaking money up. So a lot of the small business men and women wasn't getting any. And not to mention, if you have a banker, and this is because they pass a lot of the monies over to the banks, so they wanted the banks to distribute the money by you to apply for that particular loan at Bank of America or one of these places. But if the owner of Shake Shack and these guys, the corporate office says, hey, look, we want some of that PPP money that you guys did dishing out. And they have clout with the bankers was giving it to those guys instead of getting it to the small, mom and pop businesses, which is criminal as hell.
Mm-hmm. I remember the Shake Shack situation.
Yeah, Shake Shack.
Their justification was, they submitted their application for every store or every location separate from the corporation. So it looked like they only had X amount of small little employees instead of being this mega corporation with a couple thousand employees here and there. And they made them eligible based on, I said, that's what you call clever financing or clever financial reporting.
Griminess. That's what I call it. It's called griminess because you're depriving the other person of that stuff.
Yeah, very grimy. Very grimy.
Yeah.
And I know that's a focus on a lot of situations, and as far as local too. Just recently, we saw a news outlet had streamed or made access through an Oprah Act PPP loans here in our area, and people who received PPP loans. And there was things are highlighted, like one location that is said to have an open business there, but when you look at the location on Google Maps, so you go in person, there's nothing there. So you have things that you have concerned about. Then you have other corporations that apparently get a lot of money. You had a nonprofit organization that apparently went for this PPP loan and got a big chunk of money sent to them. And I keep thinking to myself, they're dependent on the participation, but they're not dependent on the people. If it's a one-time fee, like Boys and Girls Club, this is one of the ones. Boys and Girls Club recently got this big chunk of money. They rely on the funds that they get through grants. They rely on public donations, and they rely a small amount on the membership. I don't know how they got it, other than people just wanting to be charitable to an organization that is such a backbone to the community, because they don't fit the same bill as, say, a business on the boardwalk that can't make a living because there's nobody being able to finance traveling or being a tourist in this area. So I don't know how one outweighs the other. And I was trying to see if I can get a professional speaking specifically on the Paycheck Protection Program, the PPP, so we can get definitive answers on it. But there was nobody available at the time that can come on in the evening. But I'll try to get some more vital information about it, because, there's some people who still believe, and you see this all the time, I swear, like every other, when you're scrolling through IG or Facebook, every like fourth scroll or fourth person, you'll see advertisements for PPP.
Exactly.
On YouTube, you'll say you can get a PPP loan. You go on the TV, you see all this stuff about PPP loans. And I know the federal government is trying to encourage small businesses and people who are eligible, like gig workers, which is another one. They're eligible, they can get it as long as they have I think it's 1099 forms they fill out as an independent contractor. As long as you have a record of doing business and you are a taxpayer, you're eligible of getting it. So they're still trying to promote them because there's a lot of small businesses that.
But the thing about it is, where these guys end up getting caught is come tax time. When you start doing, people don't think about that. When it comes tax time, you got to come clean and you got to come correct, or if not, you're going to be audited. You know this. I know a few people that got hit. You know what I'm saying? You will be audited. There's no doubt about it. And if the government gave you that money, you better damn sure believe that the government has tracking of the money that they gave to you.
Absolutely. And you may think you can get away from 1 year, but in a 3-year span, he's gonna have to.
They're gonna catch up. They're gonna catch up.
They get you one way or the other, no matter how much you do.
The thing about it, when they catch you, you got to pay all of that stuff back plus interest and penalty.
Yep.
So it's more severe than getting it in the first damn place.
Yep.
So a lot of people, when you see all of those advertisements, saying we could get you the PPP loan, be very skeptical, be very careful.
Hell yeah.
Because some of these people might want you to pay into stuff. You know what I'm saying? In order to get, I could charge you, $300, $400 to do the application. People are not looking at that. They're going to charge an application fee. Because when they said that they could do it, it's not like, hey, just give me the paperwork, I do it for you, and I'll just send it in. No, they want to charge you.
Right.
So you got to remember that.
Right.
The application fee.
Because plus, in addition to, a lot of people don't understand that there's, for every scam, there's a scammer thinking they can out-scam a scam. And when it comes to opportunities like this during desperation, a lot of people are desperate. And they're so concerned about getting their finances that sometimes they're not as assertive as crossing the T's and dotting the I's as they should be. And they look for this opportunity, small opportunities. And then somebody says, well, I got this. You can get it too. You shouldn't wait for it and all that. And because of anxiety, anticipation, they leap, not understanding that you have to answer for it. It's not free money.
Yeah. Because people follow that application for you, your social security number, your name, your address, and everything is on there. You are now liable. It doesn't matter who did it. It's now you because they're looking at you. They look what they see on the paperwork is you. And you have to confront and stand to confront that situation.
Right. You have to endorse it. You have to say, yes, I want. Yes, I tell you all my information is true because it'll ask you for validation. Is all this information true? Do you understand that if you falsify information, it can be considered a felony? It could be this way. You can be prosecuted. And when you sign on, yes, you agree to it. You can't say, well, this person told me and guided me to it and told me I needed to sign this. No, it don't work like that. That's why you have to sign multiple pieces of paper before you submit your applications. And then you have to have some sort of document proof of the type of business you are to be eligible for it.
Exactly. Yep. Then you have to go through the proof because, like I said, if you say that you have employees and you can't come up with all those social security numbers, and those applications, you're in trouble.
Yeah, you are. And some folks just, they think, all right, well, I just need it for now. I'll pay it back later. I'll make enough money. And, some people are that damn clever. They'll jump to it. They'll wait. And then they'll pay money back and all that stuff. But still, it's the system. You make it worse for everybody else who needs it.
It reminds me of this one old saying, Mo, whereas the Nile is not just another river in Egypt. The Nile, you know what I'm saying?
True it is. I say that all the time, boy.
Yeah.
All the time. But we will see as the PPP jury goes out and they try to find people here and there. You will see who gets caught. And then after the fact, you be like, all right, because this is the age of the scammer.
Yeah.
This is the age of the scammer. I've never seen a time frame where there was so much emphasis and so much support on scamming. It was
anytime times are hard, Mo. Anytime times are hard, it's hard on the boulevard. Yep. You better believe it. It's just that simple. You will see a whole lot of scammers, a whole lot of stuff coming up out of the woodworks because a lot of people are not working and the whole 9 yards. People get desperate after a while to come up with a hook. Everybody wants the hook, and you see, just like I was watching, a lot of people. You see millionaires coming up out of this pandemic, but you will also see a lot of failures also. So it's going to be like a mixed blessing.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what's happening right now. A lot of people taking their side hook and they're making it a main job that they don't have to go back to their regular job anymore. And that's cool. You take the money that you received, the $2,000, and that's seed money to start up a business, that you wanted to do here and there. That's good. It's all positive. That's what you got to do. Because the future is still ahead. You still got to live in it one day. So you still got to plan for it.
True. The one thing, I'm also talking about planning and moving ahead. Something that I saw too, there's like overwhelming. I saw a large amount of different people like looking to establish their LLCs. And they're only doing it so they can become eligible for PPP loans. And they think they just have to do stuff. And I'm like, it don't work like that.
No.
You have to be an established business for I
will tell them no.
And then tomorrow I became eligible.
I'll tell them no. You know what I'm saying?
It don't work like that, folks. It don't work like that. You have to be an established business for, I think, at least two cycles, two tax cycles, which is every 4 months you have to fill out as a business owner. You have to report your taxes every 4 months.
It's quarterly. The quarterly.
Right, every 3 months, quarterly. So if you don't file some reports in 2 quarters, at least 2 quarters, then you're not established business yet. You have to show some strain. If you have something established as a business, so if you start your business today as an LLC, you can't backdate it, saying I've been doing business for 3 years. No, because you owe us to show that you did business.
It doesn't work that way, Jack.
Like that.
Funny. That's funny. To me, I say it's funny, because it's like, how ignorant can you really be? That's the reason why I'm laughing.
But then you know what? There's always somebody who always think that they can get over.
Somebody
Getting over they drive. It's driven them. It's those type of stuff that's their motivation in life to always get over, giving over on the system, getting over people. And then they try to teach people how to get over, and they feel good, like they're thinking this is you giving to the society. No, you just created your neighbors in jail when y'all get locked up.
This friend of mine, told me this one saying, anytime you take a shortcut, you always get cut short. That's the way I look at it.
I like that one. I like that one.
Shortcuts, you always get cut short. It doesn't matter when, it's going to catch up with you.
Remember that shit. Anytime you look for a shortcut, you always get cut short. I like that.
Exactly. It's just a matter of time. All hustlers know that plan. You know what I'm saying?
It makes sense. It's very true right there. Because it's when you least expect it, trying to cut corners here and there. It's the small details that get you in the long run. Then you have to redo it again.
I know this one company that I was looking into. They actually claim, allege that it's one individual. Owe them whatever the case may be. But as far as the date of birth, the month, the day of the year, they have this particular individual down as being born. Mo, get a load of this. 1920.
Wow.
This is
years old.
Yeah. Older, as a matter of fact, Prince Philip, who just died, was 99. He's getting ready
99 in a couple years.
Exactly. Yeah. They have this individual that being born down in 1920. Get a load of that. And this is a credit reporting agency. That's why I say these guys are so criminal, it's unreal. You always got to check into your stuff. 1920, they have the person's name and the address, the last four numbers of their social, but then they had the month, day, and the year. Was it July 8th, 1920? 100 years old.
Society.
Yeah,
right. Exactly. I'm saying society and systems are so wrapped up in manifesting or working that they never go back to ensure like purity, quality insurance, compliance insurance. Those things, make sure people dotted lines, make sure everything line. If they had people, if people did that, then there wouldn't be opportunities of getting fucked up. There wouldn't be opportunities of getting swindled and scammed. I wouldn't get a phone call. I wouldn't get a text that's saying UPS is remailing this, and you have to click this on button. I got 3 texts in a week that USPS and FedEx is resending a box. I was waiting for my glasses to come in.
What about Amazon? What about the Amazon ones that Amazon account is no longer valid? Please enter a new credit card, for Amazon account.
Yep. I hate them scams. And then another one's a scam is you'll hear that on the radio. I mean on the phone. Somebody come in. Social Security has an issue. We found an issue. You have to call us in advance, or we'll cancel your account. Cancel your account. Social Security. You're killing me? I'm dead? Really?
Yeah. But what about those nuisance? Every time your phone ring, you look like a regular 609 phone number, like think it's one of your friends or whatever, and then it's the car company trying to sell you automobile insurance on your vehicle.
Oh my God. The ones, the one I hate.
They're going to be class action down the road, if you ask me. That's a class action looking coming down the pike. I see it.
Well, the one immediately. This is card member services calling you.
Yeah.
Card member services for who? Calling me? Why? I ain't got no cards. What are you talking about? Card member services or auto insurance claimers or something like that. It'll be a department. They say they're calling you from a department. They don't tell you what company they're calling, but it's a department and they're calling you. Don't call me. Don't call me ever again. I just love it because the minute they call, I wait a few seconds because you can tell when it's a computer-aided call, it takes a long time for it to connect. You got to say something for it to connect. And when you connect, then you'll hear a full space. You can tell they're in a big-ass phone bank area. And I like to tease folks sometimes. I call, hey, yes, hello. The best one I just saw was someone emulating the Siri voice, and they were pretending like whoever called into another call center. Like a person was calling, hello, can I speak to so-and-so? Hello, may I speak to so-and-so? And they'll repeat it. Funny as hell, they go back and forth, and the guy's getting frustrated, and the girl's laughing because her voice is on point. shit is hilarious. I was like, that's the way you do it.
They're going to have a lot of applications. I think there were this one guy selling that, Robo app or whatever the case may be, that when somebody calls, it would actually make fun out of the person that's calling the whole 9 yards.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're auto dialers, and a lot of those things are illegal because they keep repeating and going through. But the thing about it, when they call you and then you call back from a different number, you're not going to hear anything. It's, the same number that just called you.
Right,
so it's an auto dialer. And that stuff is that was deemed illegal some time ago because it's citizens.
It's also the process of the VPN. You know how a voice protocol network, VPN, you know how VPN does? They'll bounce the internet service from one nation to the other. Same thing when it comes to phone.
VPNs,
Now, because phone lines are voice over internet protocol, the VoIPNs, it's easier to use that same type of service. And you look and you'll see your caller ID says a local phone number that's calling you. You're thinking, okay, it's a wireless, whatever, it's local, somebody, and you're thinking, all right, this could be potentially an emergency situation. Then you find out, you answer the phone call. You got my name, Paresh, calling you from Bangladesh. After a while, you're talking to him, you start getting the truth out of him. Paresh calling from Bangladesh, trying to feed his family. But I'm like, hold up, Paresh, you look like you were calling from Pleasantville, or I'm not in Kuala Lumpur or whatever. Okay, thank you. And it takes from the comfort that you have that things are right.
It violates you.
Right. I can't stand the spammers. I got to be in a good mood. My wife sometimes hands, you want to take this phone? And she'll tell me, she's like, it's one of those. And if I'm in the mood, I like to play around. I joke around. I ask questions. I'll be like, look, no bullshit. Please stop lying to me. You're not with this person.
Time for that? I'll just say a few curse words and hang up and keep it moving.
Well, yeah, I mean, but I look at it. I think
time for that, man. Time is of the essence.
I hear you. But I think I told you I watched a documentary about scams, and it exposed this one. It was an internet-based, matter of fact, on YouTube. It's a series, and this guy scams the scammers. He gets all the scammers. So he did a research and went to these other countries, and you saw these phone banks and so on and so forth. So it's just the empathy in me, or being sympathetic with the individual who's making a phone call. He could be struggling trying to pay his family. He hasn't been home in over 2 months because he has to travel a distance to try to do this. So I touch sometimes when I'm in the mood to be human with a person and say, listen, you're not going to get anything from me. You're not going to get information, but what's your name? Where are you located? What place of town? When's the last time you seen your family? Are your family okay? How is this pandemic working with you? Are you guys staying safe? Just talking to a human. And sometimes you can hear like the compassion coming out of them, and they give you information here and there. And I say, well, listen, please take care of yourself. Whatever you can do to take care of yourself, take care of yourself, whatever situation is. I'm not offended by you trying to make a living. Just do me a favor and try to erase my phone number if there's a way. And please tell your supervisors not to call again. But please take care of yourself. God bless you. And a lot of times I get favorable. I'll do what I can. I don't know if I can't promise that, but I'll tend to thank you very much, whatever situation. Because how many times they get called and somebody's, fuck you, what you calling me for, click? That wears you down as a human being. And all I kept thinking was like, we don't know how that situation is. You got the real people who are a bunch of scumbags who are not on the phone. They're the ones on the other side pushing them. And then you got the major corporations who own those phone banks that a lot of times there are Americans that own those phone banks in other countries, and we just opened up a phone bank here. We had a phone bank, a company that creates a phone bank at Caesars. I mean, at Claridge. I don't know how well they're doing, and I don't know who they work for, but I know one was there. And I know recently there was another one trying to open up. And I kept thinking to myself, I said, phone banks may have been a resource for employment in other nations. I don't know if they're as successful here. One is because no one picks up the phone anymore. If you don't get a text or email, you're not picking up the phone anymore.
Well, you got to remember, a lot of these guys also, decide to move to the internet because they see a future there. And you go on some of the websites, and you see these guys actually create, website content, build websites here and there, build databases and stuff because they saw where the future was heading with computers, so they decided to jump on board. It's no different from like the Nigerians. The Nigerians were notorious for computer scams and the whole 9 yards.
Yes, the prince is always reaching out for you to send him his money, but he's going to break you over. Yeah. I remember those scams. Those were interesting.
The Nigerians, as a matter of fact, they received a Nobel Peace Prize for computer scams. Check that out. Who ever thought of that?
Shit,
damn good. They were very good. I mean, they had me a few years ago, and it was like crazy. I went, on vacation to Trinidad. I came back. I saw about 1,000 emails inside of my email box, and I'm like thinking this is business. But come to find out, somebody actually, spammed my name and put it on the back and was trying to get people's, all that kind of nonsense. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Shit. Remember the documentary I was talking about, Scammers?
Mm-hmm.
It talked about that. It talked about this one facility that was run by one guy. It was in Nigeria, and they showed the whole breakdown.
I saw that one. Huh?
It was major, laptops everywhere. Yeah. It was a hub center. It looked like a Google campus, and they were working on the whole nine. And the guy talked about, and he looked like he was harmless. He wasn't really trying to scam anybody, but he knew what they were doing, and he just had this look on his face. But it was because someone else owned it. It was Russian-owned company in Africa.
Went through him. Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, I was like, wow. See, it's always like this. Whoever's trying to get you. If it's not the Russians, it's someone in Israel. If it's not someone in Israel, it's someone in Denmark. If it's not someone in Denmark, it's someone in Singapore or Seoul, Korea. There's always someone somewhere trying to get you. Because
but you have to remember, the World Wide Web, when that stuff opened up, it opened up the entire world to all these different scams and scammers and spam and spammers. That's what the World Wide Web has done. And a lot of countries are still, installing high-speed internet service. In America, they're still trying to get broadband to certain parts of the U.S.
Yeah, it's the internet gives access to everybody. And it's the same thing we talked about before about business opportunities. If you are interested in making money, the internet is available to you. However, the same money that you can make, you can lose on the internet if you're not paying attention. So. But
easy come, easy go. Yeah.
And that's something I wanted to talk about. Is also, did you see how the cryptocurrency seems to be revolving right now? A lot of people are trying to push for Dogecoin, but it seems like only the investors are pushing for Dogecoin. Like the investors keep talking about how Dogecoin is so stable and so on and so forth, but it's not Dogecoin. It's not the same impetus that it once was with Bitcoin did the shoot up. It wasn't the same impetus as the other cryptocurrency that just Ethereum. It wasn't this regular impetus. It was just the investors like, yo, they're trying to get some money back. And I'm like, And you saw how I think we talked a little bit last show, how Nas and I think it was Jay-Z and Nas both made millions off of the Doge Bank, or is it Coinbank? Coinbase. Coinbase is the company that it sells. It's like Robinhood.
Mm-hmm.
Coinbase is a cryptocurrency generated business, and they work in monitoring and banking. They do a lot of the. I'm trying to get the term. It's linking. It's all the linkings. They have the banks, the different servers. Chainlink. I think it's called Chainlink banking, and they have a service that way. And that one, whoever bought into it, they made tons. They said somebody with $1,000 investment just made themselves $500,000-$600,000 off of $1,000 investment. I was like, that's good money. That's good money. So I was trying to see if I can get our boy, I think it's Tyler, remember the young brother who's more knowledgeable of cryptocurrency. I was trying to get him on, but I don't know what had happened.
Well, folks,
he's a lot more familiar with it, and I had Amir Holland earlier had jumped on the chat room talking about cryptocurrency is the way, and I get a chance to really get on because I'm trying to get more involved because it's the engine of younger people, and younger people are more motivated.
It seems to me like you have an itch for that stuff that you're trying to scratch. That's what it seems like to me. When I say that, it's like, the investment with the cryptocurrency, well, obviously knowledge and education is power.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like that's your focus right there to, get into that arena.
Or at least I just want to be informed more. And the perspectives that people have, because not everyone is fully aware of everything. And the way this thing is because it's still fairly new and things are sprouting out. There's different perspectives and different knowledge. And the more we're aware of it, the more grounded we are, because that's how financing is. But this cryptocurrency or crypto finance or cyber finance works a little differently. Just recently, you saw the launching of NFTs, and NFTs all of a sudden just created a whole new value or new funding stream for people that you didn't think never before. You can take snap a picture of this bottle and sell it as an NFT, and you're making a couple $100,000 off of a picture. So it's just incredible sources and opportunities that could be had based off of your internet connection and how you value something that can create wealth in where there was no more. So that's why I said it gives me curiosity, because I just want to know, if there's, and I know how, and I truly believe that it is a source of economy for the future, because that's what we've been moving on forever. It's not going to eliminate hard currency, but it's going to be a currency that's going to be more wider accepted and more used. So I got to be able to, if I got $1 in my pocket and $1 in the bank, I got to make sure that those dollars add up. And if there's a way I can make it add up even more so, then I'll do it.
Well, Uncle Sam is looking to get his hands in on that like really bad. He's got a bad itch that he wants to scratch with that cryptocurrency and the whole 9 yards, and how to regulate that is very tough. But they're trying to break into that market.
Yeah.
The government.
I've seen a lot. Yeah, there's a lot of people really interested into it, really want to invest. Some people are investing heavy, like they're dumping their, the savings that they have because of the loans that we've gotten, or the grants, even the stimulus checks that we've gotten. Some people have dumped 500 into this, 1,000 into, hopefully, thinking that they're going to get a return. And you don't see the dynamic movement that you see in other things. I got one guy that I know of who shows daily he's making money here, making there. I'm like, bro, if you're making money, why are you showing people that you're making money? Is you looking for a pat in the back?
Exactly.
You're looking for a pat in the back, or you're looking to try to sell. So you're not making money off of what you've invested. You're trying to make money off other people so they can invest on your behalf.
He's got a hook. Some of these guys, I have a friend of mine, they will try. I'm like, if you want to do so bad with all of this stuff, why don't you give a few people and pool your money together and start investing? Oh, no, I want to do it on my own. Everybody wants to do it on their own. I'm like,
yeah,
I don't know. It's
collective financing has always been one of the shining stars in other communities except for ours. We're not a good body of reliance. We don't rely on and we don't trust one another. But we see
back in the day, Mo. I mean, how do you think a lot of the black banks actually existed? Going all the way back. When you're looking at Greenwood, I mean, that was an entire town or entire city where the money circulated back then.
Yep.
So like it says, it's a different generation that you're actually dealing with. Because like you've also said, we have computer age, which back then there was no such thing as a computer doing, Greenwood and Rosewood and all that kind of stuff back then.
Right.
The people just trusted each other on word of mouth. Now you have computers, you have computer scam. You don't know how that's going to actually work out for you. You could invest your money in a particular company, and before you know it, the company's out of business, and so is your money.
Right. And
this is the computer. That's the risk of the computers.
It's just as you see it all the time. Money is different every generation. Money's different. And how we tend to deal with money shows in what we value. At one point in time, owning our home was extremely important. You see more people gravitating towards owning a car than owning a home. You see a lot more people. At one time, getting an education was important. So they would invest more in getting a college degree. Now it's not as important. They're immediately going for other opportunities that can provide funding. Whether it's trades oriented or something else. We are just in a rush to become wealthy, but we're not willing to put in the work, or we're in a rush to be stable, but not being able to put the foot tools or the footings underneath. We'd rather pay somebody else to do it for us. So,
well, it all depends on the individual, because each and every individual, like I've always said, is an architect of their own future. That's the bottom line. Each and every individual, because you have some people put more emphasis on trade. Whereas, you could get out there like, I went to trade school. I went to Panko Tech many years ago. I see my guy, on on Facebook, and these guys are talking, automotive and stuff. I can relate. I've been to those classes. I've been through those classes. I just finished installing a car stereo inside of my car.
Okay.
And the thing about it is because when I purchased it, the manuals were crap. I'm like, you got to be kidding. How do you connect anything? So I did a lot of research, and then at the end of the day, I installed the whole thing myself.
Okay.
And that's what it's about. And it's a good accomplishment. And it's not my first one doing it.
Right, to do it on your own. Exactly.
Exactly. You have the tools, you have the capability, you have the knowledge. When I went to automotive school, we built a transmission, a manual transmission without the manual. That's something impressive.
That is.
The teacher's like, okay, why don't you guys go across there and give those guys the manual? The other guy and myself said, what manual are you talking about? And so, trade school isn't bad because look at the plumbers. If you're a plumber down in Texas, look how much money you're going to be making. Or if you have, electrician or whatever, some serious money there.
Hell yeah. Trust me, I'm an advocate for trade schools.
College was fine at one time, but trade school right now is the stuff that's really booming with a lot of jobs. These guys are leaving.
It's the most needed because we have more than 2 generations where we don't create anything. We were misled to believe that we have to invest our money, hard-earned money that we've created, into things that are intangible, like the stock market. We were led to believe that the stock market was essential. That's how we made wealth. We were told that real hard currency, investing in a potential of this or the potential of that, a volatile market that can fall at any point in time. This is where all this stuff is invested. So we had 2, maybe almost 3 generations of that, what was that? You were swindling. You were creating wealth for wealthy people based on the hope that you'll get some crumbs on the table, and forgot that where you're going to build real wealth is being able to create on your own.
That's right.
Trades,
the biggest investment is within yourself.
Owning shit. People still to this day are saying, well, credit is not a bad thing. It's okay. That's just your worthiness of being able to pay back. You know how much comfort you have when you don't owe anybody anything?
It's a beautiful thing.
You know what I mean? That's a wonderful concept. But you think because you have revolving credit, I can borrow $5 million. Okay, when's the next time you're gonna think you're gonna need $5 million? In all honesty. But if you have assets galore, you can put your assets and buy and get 4 and 5 times the amount because you have those assets. But if you just have debt, please, that's just going to consume you. And that's what killed a lot of people off mentally, economically, society the way it is.
The wrong dream, Mo. They were chasing the wrong dream. That's all it really boils down to. How many people actually thought that they could, attend college, and at the end of the day, really, paid off for them. I think you froze up again, bro.
Yeah, I just saw it was a cycle of freezing. I had to re-up Facebook connection a few seconds ago. And I don't know if it's the internet, could be just now, but we're connected. I don't know why. But
yeah, trade school is, like you said, that stuff is blowing up. Texas, those guys, the governor, Abbott, he's like, if you're a plumber anywhere in the United States, you come down to Texas, we'll take care of you fully because we need to get everything back up and running from that last disaster that it just went through. Anywhere
around water, as a plumber, you good. Anywhere around water.
Another thing, if you're an electrician or if you actually, HVAC, you go to Vegas, you go to Florida, you make serious money.
Heat, hell yeah.
Heat and air conditioning. Heat and air conditioning.
Either any location with extreme temperatures. You can go to Vegas where you got Death Valley and they need
Arizona.
Or if you go to Colorado where extreme freezing temperature, they need heat. You're going to make a hell of a killing in those areas. Don't think you're going to go modded areas and be like, yeah, I'm going to be HVAC and make a good living. You probably could because still people.
Yeah, you make a hell of a living.
You make a real good living. But not to the extent
work for somebody and learn the ropes and then you on your own.
Right.
Just go learn to swim.
Right. Or like if you're in the Sun Belt, one of the industries to have is know how to work with commercial trucks and combines and so on and so forth, or be a veterinarian because you're constantly going to be in need, man. There's always a big giant tractor, big giant combine, large type of vehicles that are always in use and they get disrepair and you sell it. There's a lot of cattle and things like this, so they need veterinarians and a lot of horses and stuff like that. So you have areas. And that's an example of product target employment, target career. Correct. And people don't do that nowadays.
Needs and wants, yeah.
Schools don't do that no more. Schools don't target careers. They tell you, well, you can go out there and get a degree in anything you want in the world. And the side note is, as long as you pay for it, you can get it. Yeah. Oh. What will be your return?
I got a really good story because I remember a few years ago, this one young lady actually worked her way up all the way straight through, graduated from college, went into law school, and after graduating from law school, couldn't find a job.
There's a lot of
she's like, I was totally misled by all of this nonsense, and I have a high debt load now going through law school. Where's my job? Where am I going to get a job? So she turned around and she sued the school. she sued the law school. Yeah.
That's crazy.
She says, you guys are running like a scam here, telling people to come to go to law school. And how many lawyers are out here? A dime a dozen now. Because after the pandemic, a lot of them had to close up their offices. One up in North Jersey that was big on foreclosure laid off over 300 people.
It's a sad. It's that it's needed in such a litigious atmosphere with so much untrust and so much shit that's happened. It's needed, but it's another scam industry.
It is. I mean, they know how to work that. They know how to work it. Like when you see it on TV or on the radio and stuff. If you've been hit by an Uber driver, or if you're walking down and you slip and fall in somebody's step, they have insurance for it. You're like telling these people, if you trip or fall, here this is how we're gonna get paid.
I just saw
waiting a situation.
Yep. I just saw advertisement for lawyers for whoever faced some sort of outcome or physical harshness or long-term care needed based on the vaccine. I said, oh shit.
It's coming. It's coming, Mom. It's coming.
I said, oh shit.
Another one that's coming, I'll tell you. And I called this many times before. I called this back a few months ago. The vaccine passport.
Yep.
New Jersey is the Republicans, the GOP in New Jersey, they're working on a bill right now, whereas nowhere in New Jersey they'll be able to use those words, vaccine passport, or use your vaccine. I've been inoculated. Here goes my record right here, and actually show it to your employer in order for you to get a job or to travel to go somewhere. Because the fact of the matter, the majority of the Republicans do not plan on getting any of these vaccines.
Two things. One is tying in with the idea of the real ID. Remember when they have real ID? You're supposed to get this new real ID where you have on your identification card a star on the side saying
correct. For the driver's license.
Right. So that was implemented, oddly enough, about 2 years, and now the limitation is there where you can't travel anywhere domestically or internationally unless you have this. The only way you can do that is you have your passport. I have my passport. But oddly enough, all that stuff is tying in. How is it that they tried to instill that situation 2 years ago? Did they know something was coming down the pipe? Is it all tied in? Now it's a pandemic vaccination type stuff. I'm like, come on, man. Are you real? And then there's too many loopholes in between. You can say you have a card that says vaccination, but vaccine. Not all vaccines work in the same area. It doesn't work with the same people the same way. That's why vaccines, you have different outcomes all over the place. They're not the same ones. Now Johnson & Johnson, now CDC is saying it's okay to go back to doing the situation.
Johnson & Johnson.
Yeah, Johnson & Johnson.
They don't tell you more how many people died in Europe from Johnson & Johnson. It was 134 people that took Johnson & Johnson in Europe that actually passed away.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't make those numbers up because why would I pick up those numbers from where?
Not going to get them from here.
They say 6 people in the United States passed away from Johnson & Johnson. No, 6 people got sick with the blood clots. 1 passed away. Yes. That's what they're saying.
You know what they said? I heard earlier. Only 10 women passed away from complications of blood clots for Johnson & Johnson.
But you don't only want to be that one.
Exactly. I kept thinking to myself, only? Who the fuck are you to say only?
What is too many?
Only. Exactly. And 10 people that passed away from blood clots is far too many people. Because, I mean, it's all situation. If you look at it in the whole situation, then you have the other questions that you need to ask. Why did they die? Blood clots. Okay. Blood clots when? Is it menstrual, premenstrual, past menstrual? If that situation, why wasn't somebody thinking about it when they first started this vaccination? How'd that come about? If this vaccine is supposed to deal with your hemoglobin and not an antiviral detachment situation, breaking down the coronavirus spikes, then how is it working on one end and not working on the other? It's a lot of shit. This migration of the mRNA, I think it's called mRNA, Morona, whatever. There's so much information now that still rises or creates more questions to be had.
More questions than answers.
Oh my God, every time I turn around. And again, I tell people, I said, if you want to take the vaccine, God bless you. Be safe, be informed, whatever the situation is. It's an intimate discussion that you need to have with yourself and your family.
And your doctor.
And exactly. And your doctor.
And your doctor. Don't forget your doctor, because remember, it's wise to know your blood type and all of this stuff even before you take the vaccine.
Absolutely, because that blood type situation.
That blood type makes a big difference. We're not all cut from the same cloth.
Exactly. Certain blood types have certain restrictions.
And even with the Pfizer stuff, like I said, the certain blood types, it's a very bad reaction to the vaccine.
Yep. You could think everything is coochie crunch until you go there and find out you're O negative. It's one of the rarest blood types that are positive. You walk in O negative, you can't take the vaccine because it creates an issue inside your body and ends up potentially killing you. It fucks that up, don't it? Mm-hmm. Changes it all the way around. So the more informed you are,
this is the whole dynamic, huh?
Yeah, the more informed you are, the more you can make a better decision.
I heard of Philadelphia, they're actually advertising for people who already had the coronavirus to donate their blood plasma to help other people. So that's an advertisement on the radio in Philly.
But you know what? I've heard that, and I've seen advertisement for this at different arenas, the different places I've been, other states I've been within the past year or so. I've seen it. So they've been trying to recruit for antibodies to try to develop something, not just a vaccine, but to eradicate COVID-19 totally. And the issue that I know, one report was saying from the medical school in D.C. One of the biggest medical research centers in D.C. in the United States talked about how the form of eradication of COVID-19 actually helps to eradicate other forms of COVID-19. However, some of the issues are that if people have been implanted with vaccines of other forms of COVID, this can enable or detract and stop those vaccines from working, and it can actually put you in higher risk. I was like, wow. So this eradication can help take away your defense mechanism and make you more susceptible. It eradicates one, but makes you more susceptible to others. I was like, wow, that's some scary stuff. People got and you know what, just the same, I think one of our family members recently just took their second shot, second dose, and I think it didn't necessarily land her feeling well. It wasn't, some people take the second shot and it's a breeze, it's like nothing. My wife and I were just in discussion with her because she's still looking at it and really looking at it, and she wants to travel. She's so enamored with this idea of having to take it so she can travel. But I'm still, like I said, I'm questionable about stuff. I'm not going to say if something that she don't desire to do. I'm going to make sure she's informed and whatever it is to be safe. However, I'm not confident with it. And if I got to travel, I can drive. I ain't got to fly. I can drive.
Yeah, we go drive to Hawaii.
It's a long-ass ramp.
Hawaii.
Put on a scuba gear and just drive on the water, right?
Exactly. Put on the yellow hat that has a little fan up top. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Back to Hawaii.
Yeah, but for clarification, meaning drive on the continental Americas. I can drive to continental areas. And in the tropics is a different story, but that's what she drives her. But the more and more she kept looking, she said, yeah, all the people that she knows says that the second shot is when people get sick and so on and so forth. And I'm like, that doesn't logically make sense to me, because usually this first shot is when your body has to adapt the most. Correct. And you would think that it affects you the most. And it
does. It does.
The first shot, not the second.
Correct. The second shot is just a booster shot to boost your immune system.
Right.
So the first shot is the primary shot, which actually preps your body.
Right.
If COVID comes along, because I had a friend of mine in Chicago, he just had his first shot. Then he contracted the virus, but it actually heightens his body, whereas his body, and he's like 77 years old, and he was able to overcome the virus, including this girl also. Both of them ended up with COVID-19. But they actually, he's like, Adrian, this is a bitch, but he fought it off. But he said that they detected when he received his first shot that he had COVID. That's when they actually found out, when he took his first shot.
Wow. And again, that's another situation. If you're COVID free, your body's more receptive. But if you are not aware that you have COVID and you go get this vaccine,
that's something else, yeah.
That's like a double shot. That means like
it's one against the other. Now the war is on inside of your body. It's like a forest fire.
Yeah, it's a big ass war going on in your system. And your body's like, I don't know what to do, but
yeah, exactly. Which is which?
Keep shooting me with sea moss and wheatgrass and shit. I need all the help I can.
I eat a lot of curry. You ought to be all right.
Exactly. Throw some more hot sauce in that shit. I need something to help kill
sauce, you put hot sauce on all that shit. Like the commercial.
Yeah, curry, hot sauce, whatever it is. We need it all.
They can make a virus out of the Trinidad, scorpion pepper is one of the hottest peppers on the planet.
Yes. Throw about 4
pepper, man. I found that out. I'm like, oh, yeah, that thing is like.
Make a salad out of that shit. Yep.
It's gonna kill your body, probably including you.
Oh, I know it. I've learned at my age and experience. I've learned I'm not messing with stuff that's extremely hot. When I was younger, I'd be like, yeah, let's take it on. I don't care. I'll do it this way now, just for experience. Hell no. I don't want the hot food where I can't taste it anymore. I like spicy food, and certain spicy is pretty hot. But you can still stuff like that. Like Scotch bonnets, there's certain Scotch bonnet things that use Scotch bonnets that taste really good.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Put it inside of food, like curry, like chicken or whatever.
Exactly, curry. Even a scorpion pepper. I've had a roti one time that had scorpion peppers mixed into it. The roti, the flatbread, and it brought a different. The flavor was like enhanced. It was hot as shit, and I was like, "Oh my god, it's in the bread."
It was the primary pepper hottest on the planet. Now the number one is North Carolina. North Carolina has a pepper that is actually hotter than the Trinidadian scorpion pepper,
the Reaper.
If you go to North Carolina and they say it's hot, believe them.
There's actually a pepper that's even hotter. The guy who stopped working, he apparently was a teacher, educator, or whatever, and started developing hot sauces and stuff like that. He has his own company. He's developing shit that's super hot. He has one thing, and the hotter these peppers get, the more deformed they look. Mm-hmm. They look like they come from different planets and so on and so forth. So he had, at the last hot sauce test that I saw that had I think it was just last year, they just had this hot test, this contest, and with hot sauce or whatever the situation. And at this contest, when they were eating the Carolina Reapers, he says, "I've got something for you."
That's what it's called, the Carolina Reaper. That's the hottest one.
He told them, he says he let know the audience, everybody know. He says, "I just developed something that's even hotter
than the Carolina Reaper."
Hotter than the Carolina Reaper.
The devil's advocate.
I think he called it something like the ghoul or something, but he said he created it and he's an advocate. He eats them like it's nothing. I'm like, yo, he has no senses. I think he has. The last shit was burnt up. But he came out and announced it and even gave them a chance to eat it. They were all like, hell no, I'm not messing with it. If it was hotter than a Carolina Reaper by like 100 times,
hey, that's the hottest on the planet. Number one, followed by the Trinidadian scorpion.
You need to send a box of that to Elon Musk so he can send his ships up with that shit. That's the kind of
send up his space.
Can you imagine this?
Wow. It will clear up your sinus and everything that you have inside you that's living.
Because you have nothing left. It'll burn it out.
You know what I'm saying? Like, God, thank you. You know what I'm saying?
Level of capsaicin. It just blows my mind.
You know what I'm saying? Pepsi, AC, and all of that kind of stuff. Forget about it. They're like, we won't get out for this.
It blows my mind. When I ate that roti that had the Scotch bonnet Reaper mix and everything, the guy said, he says, all I did was use a bit of a shaving to put it in a big mask, and I made about a good 100 roti from it. I said, I'm thinking to myself, percentage wise, then it's like a fragment of a percentage, and it was that hot. I said, good Lord, you imagine someone just, oh, it's nothing, and all of a sudden,
exactly, his face turns, fully red, and he falls over backwards.
And I've seen people have this anaphylactic response wise. They freeze, they start shaking, start sweating, and all that stuff. Yeah. I'm like, yo, it's gonna put your whole system into a whole new overdrive. I'm not fucking with it.
On the boardwalk that was actually selling peppers. I think it was called Peppers. It was on Illinois Avenue and the boardwalk right across from Planters Peanuts.
Oh yeah.
And that freaking place, this one young lady walked up inside there and she grabbed one of those peppers, one of the hottest inside the store. She ate it like it was candy. And like, just give me a little, something to wash it down. And they're like, ma'am, you're gonna be okay. You just signed your life away.
Yeah.
A boyfriend was looking at her like, you're crazy as hell.
You gotta sign those waivers to eat that
shit. You gotta sign that waiver.
I had something similar. Well, I visited a store in New Orleans when we went, and it had similar. As soon as you walk in there, that's what they sell.
All that stuff down there. That's where the Tabasco sauce and all that stuff, paprika and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, that's where it comes from.
So when I went there, I was like, okay, let me fill out this waiver because I was down. I was like, I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna have that one chip challenge. I'm gonna do it the whole night. My son's doing it and everything. I filled out my first name. It's like, hold up, wake the hell up. Who the hell do you think you do?
You was getting ready to go through with it?
Oh my Lord. I almost made the worst mistake on the planet. I said, oh, no, correction. Ripped up that paper immediately. Forgive me, Lord, because I just erred. I don't know what I was thinking. I was just thought, hell no. The mansion of pain that I would have went through. Ain't enough beer, milk, ice cream, or cheese in the plant.
You be milkshake. You be drinking milkshake, eating ice cream, lettuce. Everything trying to get rid of that taste out of your mouth.
It was just to be a shove. Oh my God. Wifey just said hi.
Yeah, I said hello. Yeah, I checked it out.
She's at work right now. She had to work a second shift again. So she said she couldn't on, so she checked it on. But boy, that hot sauce shit was nothing. I wasn't playing with it. I'm not playing with it now. And I was talking to my brother King the other day, right? And I had a flashback of the time. There used to be this chain of chicken joints called Cluck U, right? Cluck U, and it's known to have, it's a chicken joint that was always known to be around colleges. Mm-hmm. And I think that's what they were trying to focus Cluck U. And they would sell all these things. So at that time, the hottest thing that they were selling was this sauce called Atomic Nuclear, something like this. It was some crazy sound like that. Man, we sat down one time, and again, in our youth, and we were known to shutting down eateries and all you can eat places. We would like get it in, right? So we went to the spot. We had to sign paperwork and the whole nine. He sat down.
Wait for the punchline.
It was a punchline, all right. We sat down, and he had a box. It may have been 20, I think. King, I wish you was online. You can confirm it. I think he had about 20, maybe 10, because it was very saucy. He had 10 of those sauces. It was all the global nuclear, thermonuclear, whatever the situation is. The frame that they used in the movie, Star Wars, not Star Wars. I forget. It was the movie about them kid that created a hacking program and tapped into NASA. And they were about to launch global thermonuclear armaments and shit, blow up the world. And he was playing a game and anyway, it was named after him, global thermonuclear. So he ordered about 10, something like that. And we're like, yeah, we can do it. I think I touched it and put it on my tongue before I started eating it and was like, all right, I'm good. I bailed out. He ate a few of them and he had this grimace on his face like, oh my God. He's like, nothing. He's like, this ain't nothing. It ain't nothing. People who really
laughing at him because it's killing him.
He had some on his hands, some on the side of his mouth. Ain't nothing. I got this. He ain't nothing. He can do it. And he would dig in. He was an eater. He was a competitive eater. Would dig in the whole nine. I think he finished the whole thing, but after that, he's like, I'm all right. And he had this look on his face like, no, I'm not. Like really sad look on his face like that. I think we had to like make sure that he was straight for about at least a couple days. I don't know how he survived it, but at that time, and I don't think we even got the Carolina Reaper at that time. I think we were still at a little higher than the Scotch bonnet, It may have been just above that, and I can't remember which is the other one. Oh, the ghost chili. I think it was around the ghost chili. Remember how the ghost chili, the dark one, the black one?
That's on the planet. They say like 2,500 different peppers do exist on this planet.
Oh yeah, it's even more now when you got the crazy people like that guy who made that hotter one. But it was at that time, it was that hot thing. And to this day, we say, yo, he'll tell you, he says, I'm not fucking with nothing hot like that ever again. I don't know what I was thinking. I said, that's most young people like to think that way. I recall, I don't know if I said this before, my son and I ran a youth-based program, right? After school program for 13 years. Youth-based community organization, community program. And I would have these young folks come to my office regularly, checking out whatever the situation, talk about this and that. And one time I had gotten my hands on habanero peppers. And matter of fact, I think it was because we had a community garden that we created, and in partnership with the food bank, we got these things. And I don't know how the hell and why the hell they sent these peppers to us. We had 2 packs of habaneros. I put both of them in the freezer. I was like, we can't let nobody have this because they could affect the people the wrong way. If somebody high blood pressure or someone's diabetic, it can really fuck them up and kill them. So I wanted to make sure I took them out of works. I wasn't going to put them anywhere accessible, so I put them in the freezer. So these kids, every time they come in, they're all over everything, looking for anything they can eat and drink, whatever the situation. And they're like, yo, Mr. Mo, I got to get one of these. I got to get one of these peppers, the whole nine. And I saw one pop him in his mouth. He was like, it ain't nothing. It ain't nothing. I said, yo, did you just know what you – he said, yeah. And I explained to him. He says, all right. Then he's sitting there, and all of a sudden you can see his complexion change. His complexion is red. And he's a little darker than you. But his complexion turns red. Then he starts sweating. Then he's like, oh, this ain't nothing. Then he puts his mouth underneath the water jug, trying to drink the water in the whole nine. Then everyone's laughing at him. But then all of his peers, there was about 6 of them. Mr. Mo, I want to try one too. These idiots, it's like monkey see, monkey do. And I'm like, all right, and I break out little tiny pieces. I said, just put this in your mouth. Somebody snatched up a whole pepper and I said, boy, here you go. Ran up. They're trying to put ice down their mouth.
A bunch of heart attack kids laid out on the floor.
Oh my God, that's just a monkey see, monkey do. I was like, look at it. And to this day, and this might have been 15 years ago when we did this. 15 years ago, some of these kids like, yo, Mr. Mo, remember that time we had them peppers? Remember that time we had the peppers? Even to this day, I keep certain peppers in the freezer. Like I found some.
Did you keep the deadly ones inside of there or something?
No. I found these chilies, the Jalisco chilies, the dark red ones, that are really high in heat wise, but a lot of flavor. They're the ones that you just don't put the seeds in. Take the seeds out and let them boil like you do with Scotch bonnets.
Yeah.
You don't crack them open. You put them in there for the flavor and then take the pepper out. They're very flavorful. They enhance flavor. Correct. But if you don't know any better, you pop that shit in your mouth and chew it. Boom, you hit.
You start sweating like if you just took a vaccine from
Oh my God. Let's just say all I kept thinking was at that I kept thinking I was getting flashbacks of some of my boys, some of the guys I got familiar with, really close to, from Bangladesh and Pakistan. And these guys would eat hot stuff all the time.
Yeah.
Just ask like, yo, you have a tolerance for heat. He says, I don't get sick. I don't get this and this and that way. I said, wow. So because their bodies and their tolerance levels grow because of the hot peppers and so on and so forth. It also helps with high blood pressure and so. I said, then what the hell stops you from drinking? I'm joking around. He says, watch this. One time it's gathering. Brandy, whole thing, drops in one of those peppers. I said, where the hell you get the pepper? He says, I always keep them together. It makes everything taste better. See, drops the liquor in the whole nine. I'm like, are you sick?
He dropped the pepper inside the liquor?
Yes. Drop the pepper in the liquor.
He's special.
Sick guy. And it's my brother, I love him to death, really beautiful individual. He did that shit. I said, oh my God. I thought I had to call doctors at that time. We had an EMT. I didn't even think of the guy that was with us because he worked with us, but he's actually EMT. And I at that time, I called him up. I said, yo, Blake, check this out. Check this out. Yo. So he says, I got him. Nothing ever happened to him that night. And to this day, I'm still like, yo, his constitution must be Titanic. I mean, strong, titanium built.
But some of these guys, do they think that the coronavirus is going to bow down to hot peppers? That's what I'm thinking. Because in India, the way they're running around now, that's what I'm under the impression that some of those guys over there think that the pepper, just take a few hot peppers, grind it up and stuff, and put it in the food, and it kills whatever it has to kill. I don't know.
I don't know. If that was the truth, I guess more people would dive into it. But that shit is scary. I mean, yo, just the after effects. Just remember, whatever you put in your mouth got to come out somehow.
Yeah, burn it out if it has to. Burn it out if it has to.
Pass gas and you burn a hole in your fabric and everything else. Oh my God.
Yeah.
You mentioned something earlier that I wanted to touch up on. That I saw a couple of videos of military people that are abroad, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they were talking. They were asking questions. Like one guy was taking a video and he was asking people. He was like, "Yo, when did you take your vaccine?" And this guy seemed to be his immediate officer in charge,
okay,
his superior, and he was like, "Fuck no, I ain't taking the vaccine."
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, "Okay, maybe it's just that one person's opinion." Goes to the next person. "Yo, when did you take the vaccine?" "Never." Goes to the next person. "You take your vaccine?" "Nope, not gonna." All these people, and then you heard one person says, "Who do you think I am taking the vaccine?" Vaccine, and more people. Then I saw this other video, and it was like, you know how you watch YouTube. You watch one thing and then you get recommended to another, and everything is linked the same way. And you'll see video after video. The more and more I looked at it, the more it seems like vaccine is not mandated to our U.S. armed forces. No one is mandated to take this vaccine. And I'm like, hold up. You got situations where people are mass amounts of people. They in situations of high volatility, sometimes somewhere else, and they're around others. COVID-19 could be easily there. Sometimes they're on bases that aren't volatile but populated, and all of a sudden they're all over the world, and they're not vaccinated. What is that saying? Is that something? Are they have the super serum somewhere going on in the military base?
This is what's happening. I saw a lot of reports. I'm glad that you asked that. There's a lot of reports that I've seen.
Okay.
Whereas they actually said 40% of the people in the military said that they're not going to take the vaccine. 40%. No, that's a lot of people.
Yeah, it is.
That's a freaking lot of people, especially a lot of these people they live in close proximity to each other or live in close, quarters.
The barracks, right?
Remember, one of the ships a few years ago when this pandemic broke out, I believe it was one of the two ships. The majority of the sailors on that ship ended up with the virus, coronavirus back then, and they had to quarantine everybody on that freaking ship. And a lot of them had left and went. Correct. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, the boats that weren't allowed to dock. Yeah, people.
Exactly right.
Yep. COVID. Yep.
They say 40% of those individuals in the military said they're not going to take. Now, I'm not saying, okay, here you are, you're military personnel. I get it. You're a G-man. The government owns you. The government pays your paycheck. The government does everything for you. The government is telling everyone in the general public right about now that they have to take the vaccine.
Right.
But then when it comes up to the military, they're giving you an option whether you should take it or not. That does not sound logical, because then you're going to make a lot more people skeptical. They're saying, hey, look, if you're in the military, you don't have to take it. So why, if they're not going to take it, why am I going to take it?
Right.
Why am I going to take it? They're not going to take it, and they're supposed to be protecting our country.
Yeah.
The government is not making these people mandatory, even though they signed their life on the dotted line to go into the military, to become a military personnel. And I know I'm speaking from family members who aren't in the military.
Yeah. Yep. And that's a big question. And that's a rising going on. And again, that creates doubt. If this is a wholesome solution or a wholesome attempt to be a solution, and it's authentic, it's been honest as possible, and there's no negativity behind it, and so on and so forth, why would you allow doubt to fester this way by allowing this big ass gaping hole in this whole formula? Why wouldn't you attempt it? If anything, you empower our military because they have to be best tip-top shape they possibly can at all times, at any degree, at all times. Right.
And they get free medical care, Mo. They get free medical service. Anything happens to them, they could go to Walter Reed or any one of these places. They get free medical, attention. There's no doubt about it, for whatever. But at the same time, they turn around and says, I ain't messing with that. Yeah. I'm like saying, you're in the military. Like, do you really have a choice? You know what I'm saying?
It said, my father-in-law says that's because
that's about 40% of the Trumpers.
That may be true.
A lot of those bases are down south.
Yeah, yep. There's a lot of
bases are down south.
Where I was is in Petersburg, Virginia, is one of the big ones. Fort Lee, it's one of the big bases down south, and there's a lot of bases down in the south.
Yes, there are a lot of bases down south. Yeah,
and people are allowed to leave base and they go out and they live regular lives on the base and outside the base. It makes them a lot more. It can potentially create super carriers. And then some of the people who are on base and so on and so forth, they get on a plane or military base and they have to sign. The fuck, man? Super.
We all family. We don't mind sharing this virus. We all family.
Let's share a little something like this. This is what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like to us. Hey, take a little COVID.
This is what democracy looks like. But you have to remember, I've always said this, because even the paperwork after you've taken the vaccine, they give you paperwork. And on the top of the paperwork, it also says this is for emergency use authorization. Big difference.
Yeah, we talked about that.
There's a big difference in the wording here.
Yeah.
Because it's not like if, Pfizer came out with this, they have their patent and it's licensed, and then they went through, the Food and Drug Administration. Now they're selling it where you can walk into the pharmacy and buy it, and you can actually take a pill or inject yourself with it. No. If something goes wrong with you, they give you a toll-free number for you to call, or go to a website, or call 911 immediately and let them know that, this is your adverse effect to the vaccine.
I don't know.
That's the reason why it's so much of an individual opinion. It all depends on the person. Because at the end of the day, I've spoken to a few people and I said, at the end of the day, if it doesn't work out, you're the one that's going to be laying on that gurney. There's no doubt about it. It's your life. So it's up to you.
Right.
It's an independent decision.
Yeah.
Don't let anyone force you into taking it.
Not at all.
With me, like I said, I was a strong advocate against it. There's no doubt about it.
Right.
But like I said, with my physicians and these guys, and I've spoken over with all of them.
Yeah, right.
What am I looking at here? And they're like, Adrian, and this is the reason why I decided. But it was based on me actually consulting with my physicians. I didn't just decide to make, a haphazard decision. I'm just going to go get it because it looks cool. I don't do things because it looks cool. If that's the way, I would have one of your hats. You know what I'm saying? That looks cool. Big difference. Exactly. That looks cool. That's cool. I don't do it to look cool.
Yeah. Another thing that it's kind of growing on me. You notice how the vaccine seems to be available at the weirdest locations? I'm seeing like gas stations, seeing signs, we have the vaccine. All these damn locations have the vaccine.
But there's a problem, though. There's one problem, because it's flaring up like hell in Michigan, and the governor, Whitmer, in Michigan, said that she can't get a hold of it. She can't get a hold of it. Yeah. So the documentary on 1918. 1918 actually created the first Great Depression because it was the virus that actually triggered it.
Yep.
And when it came up out of it, World War II had just ended, and everybody started celebrating, and it came back for the second time and wiped out a substantial amount of people. That's the reason why this country can't seem to get it straight right now, because now we're talking about a fourth wave.
This is the formula of democracy. Oddly enough, when you pay attention to history and tradition, you get to see how certain things are linked. But we love to say, love to say, nah, it can't be, it can't be, it can't be.
History is wonderful because history tells you what went on back then, and if mankind is going to repeat the same type of mistakes.
Right.
That's what history does, for one.
And we seem to do it. We're going through the economic hardship because of the situation. Same thing with the 1918 pandemic.
Exactly.
Being the Big Depression in the 20s and the whole.
Correct.
Everything spans out. Everything's connected. If you're not healthy, you're not working. If you're not working, you're not making money. If you're not making money, your ass is poor and struggling.
Exactly.
Depression, potential killing, dying, so what have you. It's all about cyclical tradition.
You mentioned something earlier on the line, whereas he says, a lot of people want to go back to the normal way of doing things. Some of these businesses are in a hurry to open up here in New Jersey.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to create a problem, because you just can't start off with one formula and then jump tracks and then go back to the same thing that you was doing before. It's not going to work.
Right.
It's not going to work. You have to get out of the forest before you can actually handle your business. You have to have a healthy community. If you don't have a healthy community, you're not going to have a successful business. I'll tell you that much, because the people is the one that brings the business to your business.
And that's ultimately the thing. If they're not healthy enough to bring those finances to your business, then there's no win to it. There's none.
No.
And if you get the money, good for you at that point in time. But if that person dies, there's no more money coming from that person. That's old science. That's drug dealer science. You can't kill off your clients. Same situation when it comes to tourism. You can't say it's okay for you to make money. It's not an unlimited amount of individuals that keep coming around spending their money. No, it's the same ones repetitively coming on a regular cycle, coming back and spending their money because they like the atmosphere or the experience they had. You have to understand where people, human beings, play in this whole economy thing.
Here goes the situation even with the casinos, because a lot of employees are at will employees in the casino, whereas if something goes wrong, they could get rid of you or vice versa.
Right.
However, now that New Jersey trying to pass with the GOP, that the vaccine passport will be deemed illegal. So that means the casinos and the businesses out here cannot ask you if you took any one of the vaccines whatsoever before they can hire you. But at the same time, if you go into one of these businesses, and you end up getting sick, what's going to stop you from filing a suit against that business saying that this is where you got it from?
Right.
It's very sticky situation. Very sticky situation.
Remember, that was the discussion had during the stimulus debates.
Correct. Yes, it was. Very hard.
Legal protection for companies incurring that type of situation or festering a volatile situation where super can take place. Yep, and that's still being discussed. It's still never been hammered down. It could be right now, and while we're talking about all this other stuff, and people are concerned about Russia in Chechnya or Herzegovina and Janelia stopping his food hunger strike. When we're considering about that, considering about Kim Jong-un, all these other stuff internationally, we're not paying attention to some of the stuff that we should be paying attention. That's something regional, local, and paying attention how food and all this stuff is playing into it.
It's going to be, at the end of the day, it's going to be very crazy because, like I said, you see some of these lawyers out there, a lot of these guys are not working, whatever the case may be. So when they see this back, this COVID coming down the pike and says, hey, this is, I went into a place, I was good before, I ended up getting COVID at this particular business. Now you're suing that particular business, getting, COVID, you're dying there with your girl or what, and both of you end up getting it. Because we know that during the heating system or the air duct system, it can travel through a restaurant and circulates itself within that building.
Right.
When you sit down to eat, you still have to take your mask off, and they still have to have the air conditioning circling around through the building.
Right.
You don't think about these things.
Right.
We're thinking, hey, look, we got the vaccine, everything is going to be okay. Because even Pfizer right now is working on another booster shot as we speak.
Yeah, they have to.
Right. Yeah, they're working on a booster shot. So you have the first shot, then you have a booster, then you have a booster for the booster, because it does not help out with the variants.
Right, right.
The variants penetrate the Pfizer vaccine.
Then the other big business I see as coming subsequent to it is these vaporization mechanisms where you have some sort of, I ain't going to say Lysol, or some sort of air solvent, aerosol, sprayed out into the air to help kill the COVID-19 on a physical. You're walking into the steam and it's killing the vaccine as you go along. It's using ionized air. It's using ionized water. It's using the Blu-ray technology. The ionizers that way. All this stuff. This is technology walking into the stuff. So you're walking in and then walking out soaked. That's going to really work in cold weather. But that's the other industry. That and cleaning.
That's science. Science is a mother. There's no doubt about it. But who's to say it's going to work or not?
Like just locally, I think it was, if I'm not mistaken, a Target. I saw a video of a Target having a machine, some sort of wand, this large wand that you walk by, and it monitors you to find out if you have COVID or not. It's a large machine, and I don't know if it's temperature sensitive, but it's one that way, and it's something that says that it can kill COVID on you physically. I was like, the hell kind of stuff is that? What technology is it? And it was Dove. The company Dove has this machine someplace, and it was in a Target. And someone had made a video of it. I think it was a TikTok or something. And you see it like, yo, where'd this technology come from? And how long have we had it? Somebody had to test it and had to make it, arrange, manufacture it, and the whole nine for it to be available at a retail store. What the hell is that about?
I think I saw something like that on the world news. It's something that because Putin is inside of his office with all of these different monitors monitoring everything. But before you could actually go into this man's office, you have to go through a series of different tests and checks.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and then you sit in a totally different room. But that was one of the devices before you could actually go into his room, you know?
Yeah.
The ultraviolet light.
Yeah, UV light. Yeah, that's one of them. Yeah, that's one of the ways to kill at least the topical sense.
But what about Clorox? Does that still work?
People drinking that shot of Clorox. Remember that?
Clorox with some light. You remember that one?
How many people taking a shot of that shit? You know what's hilarious? When I saw the Kong versus Godzilla in there, the conspiracy theorist was like, "Yeah, I take a shot every day. You know, got to make sure everything is clean." I don't. What the hell? Who the hell said it's okay to take a shot of Clorox every day? Who does that? I'm like, oh my god, that's so dangerous. But you got some idiots out here to think that's okay.
Yeah, there were people actually when Trump actually said that, people went out there and started doing it also because this one lady died from it.
I remember during that same time, I had a terrible toothache, right? Someone had sent me, innocently, thought that, you know, it could be helpful. Someone sent me a link of somebody how to immediately address a toothache. The guy said, put some bleach in your mouth, let it sit on the nerve and all that situation. Wash it out. All I kept thinking was, who the hell is this kid out of nowhere made this video? And, you know, God forbid and God forgive her for sending this video to me, because I know it's innocent. She just meant well. But all I kept thinking was, who the hell let this hit get recorded and thought it was okay to be helpful to people to say, this is how you take care of a toothache. Exactly. Once you keel over and die from toxic.
You take care of a toothache, a headache, a migraine,
It's yours at all because you're dead.
What you got going on?
You poison yourself, then obviously you're not going to complain about none of that stuff because you already poisoned and killed yourself. Duh. That's some stupid shit. The stuff that, and it's still, you still can't really find it on the shelves.
What, the Clorox?
The hell? Somebody stopped counting that. Yeah, you can't see it like it wasn't like before. That still bugs me out. How these stores, these superstores that people go shopping, there's still lots of shelves that are empty.
I noticed that. Yeah.
One time it was Spam. Then you couldn't find mayo. I'm like, who the hell is stockpiling this stuff?
I went to store shop for it, and he couldn't find brown rice for the life of me. Who the hell is stocking up on the brown rice? You know what I'm saying? No, none of the rice is up there. I'm like, what's going on?
Crazy shit. I can't find the large tip Q-tips. The Q-tips they use, that the large ones they usually use for babies or kids and stuff like that. I prefer them for my ears to clean out my ears, right? Can't find them nowhere. I'm like, who the hell is stockpiling them? I'm like, there's so much shit out there. There's people.
They're hoarders. They're hoarders. A lot of these people, you know, thinking that the world's going to come to an end and stuff, and they just spend everything that they have and stocking up.
You have some doomsdayer, someplace in the middle of Utah, having a sidewalk sale of all the shit he just purchased. I got 1,000 bottles of Clorox.
Do you remember the guy down in, I believe it was Texas, that bought all of the hand sanitizers and the whole 9 yards, and he had his whole garage stocked up with that, and he was getting ready to actually sell all of it off until the feds moved in and got him?
I saw that.
Yeah.
I saw that. I saw the people that were buying stuff that was supposed to be edible, and they couldn't sell it back.
Exactly, you know?
It was like, oh.
It was a hustle.
You know, what about the liquor companies that got the rights? Instead of making liquor, they made hand sanitizer. Oh, great.
Yeah, just to bring it over 95% proof. Yeah.
I was like drinking it. What the?
But that's like, why even bother to buy the hand sanitizer when you have the liquor itself? Because basically
it does equal to, if not better, the same type of stuff. Same stuff like that. So take a swig and wipe your hands with the rest of it. Shit, what the hell?
So that's what the moonshiners and those guys tend to do.
Trust me, I'm a yep. Yep. Got some shot.
That's what they do.
Got some shot.
Most says trust me.
I got my cousin, my cousin in Virginia. First thing, I ain't seen him since last time we went there, about a year, almost 2 years ago. He looked at me. He was like, "You still got that?" how'd you like it? Because he gave me something. I was like, I still got that. I still got that. I said,
it comes in a little jar, you know.
Mason jar. Still got that. Like I said, let me show you. I still got that.
He said he still got it.
Jet fuel.
Hand sanitizer.
It was fun. It was fun getting down there. Trust me. This stuff here.
Hand sanitizer.
Yep. I made sure I kept some. I told him I still got some. Even got to the point where I went and got interested in looking in distilling and all that stuff, because traditionally my folks have done moonshine, you know, in Puerto Rico. Pitorro Roncaña, this is what it's called in Puerto Rico. And we've had distilleries traditionally in our family forever. So alcohol or distilling has been part of my roots forever. So I was like, I'm interested in finding out. And I like the concept of a little distillery in the whole nine. And I told my wife, I said, let's go get this. Let's go get that. What are you trying to do? You about to have a moonshine? I said, no, I said legal. I said, but you know, you can make a little something, and we can make hand sanitizer.
Hand sanitizer. That's what they actually do. Say, hey, we make this hand sanitizer.
That's it. This
There's nothing wrong with that.
This is for the pandemic.
Exactly. We know what's coming on, so we have to prepare ourselves.
Mm-hmm. It's pandemic approved. That's how I look at it. That's the label we're gonna put on it. Every time we send some love from people, here's for your hands, here's for your guts. Pandemic.
Exactly. Put it inside of a spray pump bottle so you can actually spray it in. You know, just put a label on it.
Put it on your hand and pump it in your mouth.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying?
Oh man,
be creative. That's all.
That's right. We said it here first. So if you see it somewhere, you heard it here first. You heard it here first.
Donations.
Yeah, take a pump for life. There you go. Pump it into reality.
Yeah, you know, real simple. Put a label on that bad boy and then put it inside the inside, and that's it.
Oh my God, that'd be hilarious. A double-edged pump, one for your mouth, just like you have water faucets that have one for your hands to wipe your hands, and the same faucet that have something to drink,
like a mouth spray. You know, it's just for my bad breath. You know, you just spray it in the mouth. You know? And then you just take the cap off and drink it.
This is mother's milk. Kills halitosis.
Yes,
it kills the germ, and it also brings you lots of friends if you share the drink.
You get very friendly at night.
Makes stress, yeah. It makes you sleep better at night too.
It kills, takes away your worries and your pains.
Hell yeah! This is the new age elixir, made with the ghost chili.
The ghost chili, huh? The only Casper knows about that. I'll tell you.
Woo! Yeah, man. Yeah, man. So. Well, brother, it is almost that point an hour. I thought I was going to get the girls on. The ladies have not come on for the past 2 weeks. I'm going to curse them out. Usually, I'm hoping they're well. Like I said, I think one of them went through the second shot. I'm not going to mention who. Mm-hmm. And she wasn't feeling well. Hopefully, she'll feel better. The other one, she's probably having a good time. Hopefully, she's having a good time. And our in-house PC doctor, Gina, hopefully she's well as well. Even Sandy, by now, Sandy would have tapped in. I'm hoping everything's good.
Yeah, I'm surprised I didn't see Sandy there tonight, you know. Hopefully things are working out in his favor, you know.
Yeah, well, hopefully everything exactly like you said, working out in his favor, because I know he was facing through some hardship. But
yeah,
we got prayers and our thoughts, man. Our family's always universal, and no matter what. So, bro, we're gonna close out in a minute, unless you wanted to talk about anything else. Yeah, anything else?
Pretty much, you know, I was looking at something that they were talking about, you know, online. As far as Washington, D.C. becoming, you know, a state.
State, yeah.
Yeah, statehood for Washington, D.C., you know.
Oh,
that's interesting. I don't like to see that come to fruition.
Yeah. But you know what was crazy was the two factors on D.C. There's so much pro-wise because they've been functioning like a state for forever. They just don't have representation on it. But because they're a district and not a state.
That's the catch-22. That's it right there.
Right.
Exactly.
There's certain restrictions that they don't have to worry about.
Let me ask you a question, Mo. And it's the same thing applies to Puerto Rico being a territory.
Yep.
And what do you think about that? Because I want to get, you know, that's been something that was on my mind. What's your opinion as far as if Puerto Rico was to become an actual state?
Well,
like DC would.
Personally, I'm more for independence.
Okay.
I think it's time that we get rid of the noose and let Puerto Rico manage on its own. I think there's enough resources. I think there's enough businesses and enough actual Puerto Ricans that can help manage the country or the island to do enough on its own to do better, so we can progress. There's enough there. As long as we kick those thieving ass leeches that we've had there forever.
Yeah, because there are some serious situations down there with the electrical grid and the whole 9 yards and
exactly.
investment, yeah, it was the investment infrastructure, yeah.
The Jones Act, putting high taxes.
When it come down to giving you guys a lot of the PPP money or any of the stimulus money, they're like, no, you guys are a territory, you're not a state, so you
right. Not eligible. Not
yeah, exactly.
Benefits.
Yeah.
A lot of the subsidiary things like the stimulus checks, they weren't available. They weren't.
That sucks, man.
That's the hardship with it. But back to what we were saying as far as DC, before the election, before Biden won, that was part of the discussion. They were saying the Democrats was guaranteeing that DC and Puerto Rico would become states. And DC, like I said, some of the benefits of it maintaining a district and not a state is they don't have to worry about state taxes. Their taxation is lower. They're more expensive because of the luxury taxes set up for the district itself. Like when you go there, if you go to a restaurant, you have not only the local tax, you have a local luxury tax and a dining tax. So they tax differently. But the municipality of DC, the district, gets the funds. They don't have to go through a state level or a county, this situation. So taxation is set up differently. And some of the restrictive laws that are statewide don't affect DC because there's not a state.
Correct.
So, all they have is federal and then local. So it makes a big ass gap in between. So it's advantageous for a lot of things. However, I think they deserve to be a state because they deserve representation.
Mm-hmm.
They deserve the type of aid that they should have gotten because you see still two worlds. You go to DC, you have all this money and power basically in one area. Mm-hmm. And then outside in the outer skirts of DC looks like some of the poorest regions of the nation. And it doesn't make sense. And then those who work in the field of the power grid of DC live in Arlington. And Arlington is booming, huge, big buildings, lots of money. It's because all the money made in DC is going to Arlington, Virginia. So, I think there's something there to be had. However, it's just an opinion, but I think those who live there have the rights to decide what they want to do.
A lot of them, including the mayor, wants it to be converted to a state.
Mm-hmm.
And have the representation, added to Congress and the Senate.
Yeah.
So they definitely in favor of it because they have the amount of people that actually lives in Washington, D.C. Like they said, it might as well be a freaking state and call it a day.
Indeed. But I wonder, with the situation that went down between the present mayor of D.C. and the president at that time, remember how she created Black Lives Matter at Boulevard in front of the White House and the whole nine? She had the power to do so. If it was installed into a state, then there's another grade of leadership that she'd have to go through and litigations to get approval from the state side for her to do something like that in the city. So I don't know.
Well, she said that they actually used, there's an arts and recreation and arts funding, or that they actually used to put that into place, on that street there. So they circumvented a lot of stuff by using that particular.
Right, they were able to do. Right, they were able to do so. She has a lot of power to be able to do so. But again, it's a situation whether are there advantages more by being a state, or is it more advantageous for them to stay a district? I think it's a little different between Puerto Rico and DC. They're set up different, or Guam, because Guam is another situation that they don't get shit.
I know.
They have to pay everything. And it's so sad because the people that live in Guam are struggling, and America does not do anything for them.
They don't do anything for them. Correct.
Nothing for them. It's so sad, man. So it's a trip. Americans don't understand living within the bubble of how good we have it. But that's to the expense of those who live outside the bubble and pay for it. Yeah. And that's so sad, man. But I'm hoping this will come through. Like I said, I would rather Puerto Rico be independent, and I hope DC gets what they want. And I think more want to be state. I hope they get what they want, because they deserve it.
Yeah, no doubt.
And then hopefully find Guam gets the support that they need. I don't know if they're strong enough. I don't know if they have. Matter of fact, I don't think they have industry to be able to sustain themselves. They can be just like an archipelago. Like you see a lot of like Easter Island, and you have people barely living. You know what I mean? A very basic lifestyle. If Guam wanted to do so, they probably could. They don't have major industries, but if not, give them opportunity to be a state and then support them and give them what
they need the support. They need that financial support, especially in these days and time. You know, because even with the vaccine, some of these places will end up being some of the last places to actually get the vaccine if they decide to get it.
Yep.
Because they're in left field.
Yep. And then ultimately, I'd also like to add, in this whole grouping of things, are the First Nation reservations that are being identified now. The Native American, Indigenous peoples reservations, they're winning properties all over from their lawsuits. So from New York, the shorelines of New York and California, to major portions of Texas and South Dakota, because they're so large, I would say it would behoove us to create if dependent upon them, if they want to have their own statehood to do so, give them the rights to become their own statehood, managed by themselves by whatever the situation, part of the union. Or if not, give them more resources that they deserve so they can maintain, so we don't have like an influx or vacuum of necessities going into the area and it falls apart. But they deserve to be recognized.
They have a good form of representation right now because Biden just put this one lady in charge, the indigenous people, where she'll be able to help them out big time.
Mm-hmm. And I'm trying to get my man Tim Nelson hit up. Says questions: would the building and the power areas pay taxes to a district state? That's a lot of money. I'm not certain what the question is, Tim. As far as the building and the power areas, are we talking about the district state of DC, the power areas? The state up a lot of money if they get it. I think it. All right, think in the presence of Atlantic City. You know how Atlantic City has created, and we're having like two worlds in one, two cities in one. More than likely, it would have, if DC became a statehood, the White House in those areas would be governmental district, and their district and taxation would be a little different than residential state districts. And then that whole district funding situation would separate who would pay what and who gets the money. If that's the question there is, I can guarantee that would be the case. That would be the answer that you would see more of. Like the FBI library. Exactly. These are the areas of importance that have a national impact. So it would be a national district that they would create. However, remember how DC, when you go in certain areas, you see the Capitol, within walking distance, you see Congress, within longer walking distance, you see Congress, and then the Congress, the Library of Congress. They're in a major portion of Center City, DC, but they're also wider spread. To create that would be creating another city within a city. So even that could possibly be it also, because if they did that, if they created a state, then in essence you would have two states. It would be two states within the state, or two cities within a state.
Two cities, yeah.
Yeah, it would be two cities within a state. It's just like you said before, like you hit on the nose, Tim, like the CRDA zone, the tourist zone. It would be that way. And of course, if they went statehood, those in the governmental district wouldn't pay taxes. They wouldn't. And those who live there or got a business in there would have to be consumed and have to pay all the taxes to be able to support.
They're going to have to restructure a lot of things that's happening right about now, because even some of those representatives, their staff members, they don't make a lot of money being on the staff for Ted Cruz, because the first thing they say, you're in the District of Columbia, and this is what we actually pay, it's different. It's a different scenario.
Yeah. And that's a really good point that you brought. Thank you, Tim, for bringing that up, because that's something that in the discussion that has to be had, and it's probably part of the impetus in the background that's stalling everything. Because in order to constitute and institute a statehood, all have to be put in place also. Yeah. And then ultimately the federal government is going to look, all right, how are we going to get ours anyway? How are we going to get out of this?
Exactly.
And in DC, I can almost guarantee that it'll be the federal government district, and they would pay zero taxes. It'd be beautiful, while the residential side, the other city, whatever they would call it,
the state will have to end up having to pay taxes.
More gentrification. People would be moving out of the areas. You wouldn't see some of the areas. Howard University would be struggling even more than they are struggling. It'd be really hard. It'd be a funnel. It'd be a vacuum, a power vacuum and financial vacuum. And then everybody on the outskirts, like the MARTA, I think it's MARTA. No, it's not called MARTA, Washington. Their transportation hub. They would rake in the money, rake in big time, because they would get federal government grants and leniencies. They don't have to pay taxes on the lands that they have, and they're all over the place, which is, in essence, in my opinion, one of the best rail systems that I've ever been on. And it's not like I've been on many of them, but they span out multiple states, makes it easier for people to come into DC. And they're always clean. Always clean. It's crazy. It's dark, but it's clean. And I'm like, damn, okay, cool. But that's just DC. But that's a whole nother realm. Business would be different. But that's a point. That's a point to be considered. Just like now in the state of New Jersey, if all of a sudden what we have here existed all the way around, you would see a lot more angry individuals that would not tolerate how government, the essence of government existence, and how they are the best term to use would be they're colonizers in a better term. They're colonizers. They came here and set up a colony, and they're reaping the benefits on the backs of the locals. And then you have some locals that are playing the game along with them, so they can get the crumbs on the table, because
they don't take over Little Bank. That's what it's all. It's the game. Big Bank take over Little Bank.
Yeah,
and Atlantic City is nothing but a monopoly board. For the rest of the state. That's really what it boils down to.
There you go. Parker Brothers created it years ago, and it's
always been that.
Yep.
It's always been that. It's never going to go away. Because I see that the guy on the Showboat wants to put $100 million into opening up a game room and the whole 9 yards up in there.
Yeah, and they just did a soft opening, and for the benefit of the city, I hope it succeeds. But my opinion is I'm still skeptical on a lot of shit, and we'll see. Just because you put putt golf on carpet inside of a building doesn't mean people want to play putt golf. I don't know. Some of the games in there, like Dave and Buster's type stuff.
Yeah, I heard they're putting it up inside of there on the 10th floor, something like that.
Like the entity like Dave and Buster's. And I can appreciate that, because I know families enjoy Dave and Buster's. Will it be the same way? Like the mayor likes to say it's Dave and Buster's on steroids or some shit. And I'm like, nah, man, it ain't coming close.
Nah. I went to Dave and Buster's millions of times. You know what I'm saying? I'll get to see this one and see where it compares. I've been, they have one down in Maryland also.
Yeah, I've been to one in Miami, Florida, and Orlando. Been to DC, Virginia. I've been in a lot of the New York City, Jersey City. I've been to the ones that are around, and I like Dave and Buster's for what it is. It gives families an opportunity to have something like that's enclosed, safe. Some of them offer bowling, some of them offer movies, and that's really cool. I like that atmosphere. Can it be done here? Yes. Will it be done at this location? I don't know. I'm still skeptical, only because of what I've seen and what has been offered, and I just think that there's more that can be done. Will it happen? I hope so. That's all I can say is hope so. He's still talking about the $100 million water park. I'm like,
yeah, exactly.
Where's it at?
That'll be a sight for sore eyes. I like to see that come to fruition and see how that's going to work out. Because right across there is what is it? Garden Pier. He also purchased that. I wonder what he's going to do with Garden Pier right there. Because I remember when he purchased it and stuff.
I don't know, but he doesn't have the reputation of finishing a whole lot. He does have a reputation of blowing up this proposal of what he's going to do, but the reputation of finishing, it doesn't seem to be. It's not as solid as it should be. It's not as solid as it should be. And it could be just my opinion, but I'm skeptical. We'll see.
Yeah, he said that he purchased the world's largest Pac-Man because his wife loves Pac-Man. So he wants to put the world's largest Pac-Man, inside of his boat there.
That's interesting. And I heard about the world's largest.
Hey, Pac-Man loves to eat them all up. You know what I'm saying? So that's how it's going to work out.
I've heard about the world's largest crane, too. I was like, wow, okay, what are you going to put in there? Hope?
The world's
scholarships, funding?
What, roller coaster ride or?
No.
Vegas, if you go to some of the places in Vegas, they have, like
internal
going around in the whole 9 yards on the outside of the building.
Go around.
I did that at one time.
Tivoli Pier used to have like that stuff. Had some middle merry-go-round. They had a little roller coaster, internal roller coaster. Tivoli Pier and Tropicana used to have a lot of stuff in the very beginning, you know. But now with all this being an arcade, and I'm like, realistically speaking, Dave & Buster's being an enclosed arena that has food available, and it's very good food, drinks, which is adult-based, and games that are games of choice and carnival games, that's where it's successful. The video games, not so much. It makes a little bit of stuff so-and-so, but kids nowadays are Xbox and PS5, you know, that type of stuff. So they don't have to go to an arcade to play those games. So what else are you going to bring to the table? That's why I said putt-putt golf on carpet. I don't know how attention is going to bring that, but we will see. Like I said, I'm hopeful, but we will see. Everybody got a kid inside, whether the kid wants to play the racing game or not, and it depends also the cost of it. Because if it's an expensive resource, it may not be popular. It may not be popular. If it's reasonable and if it's secure, security is important, because if you have games like this intended to provide to children, then it can also attract the attention of people who prey on children. So, and I'm praying this, and again, for those that make a connection, if you hear what I'm saying, you know, there's a doubt in this situation, because there's some doubtful situations. And I'm praying that they have a security system to make sure that no one gets in who doesn't stay on the facility or have been double checked, or monitors, facial recognition, all that included, and walking and talking security to go around to make sure everything is safe. Make sure there's no dark areas where people can get snatched up, kids get snatched up, nothing can happen, no violent situations, and make sure it's as secure as possible. As long as that's good, then I wish you the best. I hope everything goes good. But I'm skeptical. I'm fearful that what could happen will happen.
But there's something, you know, like it says, you know, Garden Pier is just sitting there right now. So even if you put a water park over there, only unless you're going to put it where the Garden Pier is, you know, I mean, you have a huge ocean there. How could you actually, you know, intertwine the ocean with your water park? That's interesting as hell.
Yeah, the water park could be a good thing here, because it's been needing, and we've seen it successfully exist in other water-based areas or water towns like Wildwood, Ocean City. They have successful places, because not everybody likes swimming in the ocean. Not only is it dirty, it's salty and it's cold. So those factors play in whether people want to be in. So if you have a pool, you know, I think it's safer that way, and it's helpful. And people want to go into that. And I think it could be.
But then you look at during a pandemic. You know, not too many people want to be hanging around poolside during a pandemic at the same time.
Shit, there were people in Sahara Sands. It was loaded. Sahara Sands was loaded during the pandemic. You know, the place up in Marlton, the indoor water.
Yeah, I know where it is. Right on 73 up there.
Yeah, those places were loaded. I have family members that went to those things to celebrate kids' parties, and you see pictures, and it's loaded. Lots of people, lots of stuff. I guess those are things that believe that the chlorine was killing the virus, right? But
my bad, man.
But it existed, and that's the truth about it. I mean, it's there. Again, I'm hopeful. But I'm skeptical of how. I'm hopeful that it does successful. I'm skeptical that it will impact the city in the way that they intend to. And I'm skeptical because there's some things lacking in my opinion. Not that,
but at the same time, you still have the old Atlantis sitting down on the end of the boardwalk down there, like a lonely old soul. One day, are they going to implode that bad boy and bring it down and use the land for something else?
Shit, you got the mall that was the centerpiece of the boardwalk that is basically falling apart and decaying. That should have been really.
Was that the mall by Caesars there?
Yeah, that mall could have been converted back into a pier with indoor-outdoor things, you know, carnival and entertainment-wise, and could have been like the source. It could have been a Dave & Buster's on the water type stuff, and it could have
been nice up inside of there, because they were putting a few restaurants inside there, and it would have fit in perfect. Even in the back area, there was a huge entertainment arena back there that would have accommodated that perfectly.
And that was nice, man. That was nice. And the one space that it has up top in the back is a big like convention area that's like weddings and stuff like that. It's a nice facility.
I've been up there.
One Atlantic, I think it's a really nice facility, but the building itself could have been utilized more for that entertainment base, because the basis of the boardwalk is about entertainment and relaxation. So if they go back into it like the Catanosa brothers did a wonderful job with the pier, steel pier, and they've done so continuously, and they're always still trying to grow, and they provide a resource that's, you know, without comparison or opposition. There's so much love in it, but you know, if we had the other piers do the same, there's enough potential for us to grow off of the boardwalk, which would help the boardwalk merchants, the boardwalk restaurants. It would help more of the tourism by attracting more people to feel safe and do something other than just gamble. And it would free them to feel like they're enjoying themselves more, and they can probably, they would probably end up gambling more.
The thing about it is, more at the end of the day, Atlantic City is still an island. Mm-hmm. Anywhere you cut it, it's still an island with a lot of casinos, and everybody has casinos these days. So now you have to think about another form of recreation and entertainment. You know, and just like he says, he wants to build a water park, but if you actually collaborate with the owner of the steel pier and some of the other, you know, have a think tank, and you guys put all of your ideas together on how you, because now you're running up against Philly, because they just opened up Philly Live recently.
Yeah,
you know, over there by the, you know,
the stadium.
By the stadium over there, correct. Mm-hmm. You know, so now you're running up against Philly, which is over the bridge. So now you have to try to pull your people in down here so that it won't go up there, or get those people to come back down here, because they're not going to come all the way down here when they could just go across to the new casino, Philly Live. I mean,
I'll say this, and always, people that will go to Philly Live just intend on gambling. That's it.
Yeah.
That's all I want to do, and potentially a restaurant. But Philadelphia has restaurants galore all over the place anyway. It's a destination location anyway. So Philly's not going to impact. Philly Live is not going to impact, just like the Sugar Hill or the Sugar Factory. I forget what it was called. Yeah, it didn't impact right, because what it is that people forget that the industry itself is not that strong that it will bring people on like Las Vegas. If that was the case, Las Vegas would have just gambling. It doesn't. What brings people to Las Vegas is everything else that adds on to the experience for gambling. It's the same situation. That's why we're lacking. We don't necessarily have the full experience the way other arenas are offering. It ain't just gambling. Gamblers like to gamble. Okay, cool. You got that. And then you have people who gamble more regularly. Okay, you got that. Okay, but what about families that want to have a destination to spend 2 weeks down here? You're not going to be able to sustain them because they have nothing to do.
Yeah, exactly.
Other than gambling. They can spend 3 or 4 days.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I heard a lot of the high rollers and these guys complain just that. They're like, look, there's nothing to do for me to bring my entire family to stay. Time you want me to stay, because I can't leave them locked inside the room all the time, Adrian. You know, they got to get out. They got to do something else. What else do they have around here that's safe to do? Because at the same time, we don't want them to get mugged on the boardwalk or get mugged here and there. We have to have a safe, you know, environment where these people could actually bring their families and enjoy themselves.
If the casinos were mandated to have to work with the municipality, the state, and each other for the greater good of the entire city, not just their resort, it would be better. That means making the structure of the boardwalk modern, well lit, and exciting. Different types of light, people movers, you know, carnivals, whatever the situation, have live entertainment throughout the boardwalk, all this advertisement, gondolas swinging around up and down the air, having some cover, having out arenas, small little spots like you're having a little bar that has nightclub music or whatever situation off the bar. So it's an avenue of entertainment, and you have the entire city, not only just focusing on the boardwalk, off the boardwalk, off of Pacific Avenue, help rejuvenate the Pacific Avenue, have dining, have retail shops up and down Pacific Avenue to create it.
But look at South Beach. South Beach has that one Ocean Drive.
That's it.
That's it. Oh, nothing but restaurants, the whole 9 yards packed going on down there.
And bars, that's it. People go there just to do what? Converse with one another, walk in. So what do? In my opinion was, I would thought, close out Pacific Avenue so it's not anything other than foot traffic. Or if you wanted to make one lane,
one way.
One way. That's it.
That's Atlantic Avenue. Because you still have Baltic and you have Arctic back there.
Right. Or whichever situation. There's enough traffic. But make one lane foot traffic. And you keep supporting the foot traffic concept. You can have carnivals, all kinds of upbringing. You have in Vegas, you have this one strip that has the dome that's digital. It's a cool street.
Yeah, it's called Fulton Street. called
Right.
Fulton. Yeah.
You can have that same concept.
Yeah.
You can have concerts. You can have so much off of the boardwalk to help support businesses on the boardwalk,
Right.
and it helps people that staying in the casinos want to be here in the city. Then set up shops off the bay, create a more of a walkway area so people can walk off the boardwalk, around the boardwalk, in the bay to the other areas, and then help support a line. Help local. If you want to go and help the transportation, give it so these people who are pushing carts can push on the street, and it's safer. They can push people on the street and then go back and forth, push carts or other type of name. So if you want to do more intimate transportation throughout the city, you can, and then create spot venues throughout the city. Like I said, I wanted to create a terminal deli, terminal market that Philadelphia has.
Okay, you look at market,
yeah, like that. I would like to have one here in the city, in Center City, so you can support small businesses and entrepreneurs.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Right, it'll be somewhere where they can visit. You have small caterers that can have their own spot to sell food. You can have their own business producers. You can have a school to show how all this stuff is made. That is sold there, and it's part of an educational tool. So all that stuff brings people on. Baltimore has Lexington Market that does this. Philadelphia has Terminal Market, and you have other areas that do some of this. That could help there. It can help that whole thing because it would provide more of an option. The pier could have 2 or 3 movie theaters. You build another movie theater. A bowling alley can come back around and just promote bowling. You can build a skating rink, multiple-use skating rink.
Uptown would be great for that because I says Uptown where the old Gardeners what is it Garwood Mills used to be up there. You know, that whole area that they cleared out up there, that would be great for ice skating in the wintertime and roller skating in the summertime. It would be perfect up there.
We can build a complex that's multiple use. You can have ice skating, roller rink, and an open use. Say if you have a large venue for, say there's a festival, a dance, stuff like that. It can be a large space, that multi-use space. But roller skating and ice skating could be really helpful. And then build around it like you have in Philly. You have the ocean side over off of South Street, Seaport on that side. You can build that little carnival area.
Ice skating there, and they also have like the little markets where people go shopping and stuff like that. Yeah,
little eatery stuff like that, so people can it's still close in the city, but still away far enough from the congestion that people can enjoy themselves a little more. Right. So all that stuff can be included. That's all part of a larger plan if we paid more attention. But these casinos want to be congested and hold everything inside and don't want nobody to come out.
A house divided cannot stand. They have to remember that a house divided against itself cannot stand. That's the bottom line. Well, they have to play ball with everybody else within the community. You're not an island. You're a community. You're a continent. You're not an island unto yourself.
Yep.
And that's what they're going to have to realize,
Open up opportunities. If we have food trucks distributed out throughout the whole area, you can have in the school district food trucks set up away from the bricks and mortar places, so it won't take away from the restaurants that are established. They can still have it and give them an incentive plan so people who are tourists come in know about them and they can go on. We can have a transportation hub so people who are looking to eat, you'll have a specific transportation that'll take you around to the different restaurant venues, and you can stop wherever you want to, eat wherever you want to, just for that. And then the food trucks can give opportunities throughout there. It's just for the spot. You can have a festival.
Yeah, but the food trucks could also give give coupons or whatever that you could get, X amount of money as say White House Sub. Because the food truck is not going to be selling. You see what I'm saying? You could go somewhere else and get discounts from different restaurants because you ate at a food truck. You have to learn how to work as a team.
Yeah.
Because right now, like it says, they're not working as a team around here, and they're falling by the wayside. There's no doubt.
Everybody's scrounging around in the arguments, and then one of the things that I'm seeing a lot is the immigrant population that own and or have businesses on the boardwalk are starving, and they're really fighting the whole nine. But it's like they're starving, and rightfully I understand why, but they're not looking at different ways to expand their approach. They're not looking for a difference in business, or they thinking that it would be more of a damage to them to try to change their business so they can't make it. And I'm thinking to myself, yo, you guys don't understand that because you're an established business already, there's opportunities for you to expand even more so, and you could really cash out in a real big way.
Mm-hmm.
If you change your way of doing business, if you change your appearance,
Right.
if you did this, if you become experts, if you niche markets, 5 million places to have t-shirts, you can't expect really do well. But if you're the only person that sells red clothing, just red clothing, you will make sure that you will get every market looking for red. And people will remember, that's the red shop. I got to go there if I like red. You find the most popular color and you send it, the black shop, whatever the situation, everything is black. That's a niche market. You will make sure that everyone goes there, and you will make that money because nobody else is offering what you offer. If you're just selling sandals, cool. I said this to my wife before. It'd be really cool if they had a place where they sold stuff that's not foreign to their country, like stuff that comes from their countries. People like to respect the international differences.
Correct. Yeah, that's a niche market right there. That's a niche market right there by itself.
If they sell clothing and shoes that are popular in their country amongst their own, people who respect it and admire it will go and shop there as well. So they'll make their money, their niche market. People who food, you don't gotta have to be a pizza shop. You sell other type of foods all over the place.
Variety is the spice of life. And that's one thing that have to come across with. So everybody on hamburgers, hot dogs, pizza, soda, everybody's doing it on the boardwalk. That means that there's no money to be made there because everybody's running the same game.
Exactly.
You have to break away from the pack in order to be successful.
And then if you're selling
from experience, because I've done it.
Then if you're selling, what you're selling is twice the amount cost-wise than someplace a block away off the boardwalk, then you're being the disservice. You're not really being of service to yourself. You have to be really creative and be cost-effective with it. Why sell pizza? Why don't you just do naan bread in like a pizza setting? It costs you different. It's easier for you to make if you're an expert to it. You're the only niche market that sells it. You sell your own price, then nobody else can sell it.
But with YouTube, you could go on YouTube and you can find a good recipe for a niche that you wanted to actually do, and they will tell you the recipe right there on the line.
So many different options.
You see, YouTube is right there. It's a hell of a library. When I want to learn how to cook something or make something, I go to YouTube.
Yep.
And you could do the same thing. Go to YouTube and figure out to make a different type of sandwich.
Man, we were talking about this and that. I got me a teppanyaki maker because I kept watching some of these things and I was like, it'd be cool as hell to make something like that. And later on, when I retire, whatever the situation is, and I have a little food truck, I can make a little balls and people can pop it in. 10 in a bag, say it won't cost you a whole lot of money. You can make something, and it's something different. It's something different. Doesn't always have to be crazy and exorbitant. It doesn't have to do it. Just do it differently. I can do something like teppanyaki, takoyaki, I think it's called takoyaki, and I can make little pizza balls, little pizzas of pretzels, of pepperoni and sausage on the inside and cheese and other stuff, and the outside is the dough. People will be happy with that shit, and because it's different, people will buy into it.
But look at what Wawa has done. Take a perfect example. Take a note from Wawa. Look at how Wawa has actually diversified all of their stuff. They're like, oh yeah, we're making breakfast. You know something? Let's do from lunch to dinner. You know what I'm saying? And we're gonna do dinner. What's the favorite thing for dinner? Look at Wawa. That's the perfect example. They killed freaking 7-Eleven. They killed them.
They went from selling hot dogs now to full meals. Yeah, I remember when hot dogs, and the hot dogs are good. They never sold the free chili and cheese, which I love for 7-Eleven for that. Even though it ain't real meat, they're still good to me. But Wawa now sells every damn thing, and the only thing that they're not selling is the thing that they're like, okay, we're gonna let Country. What's the other place? Royal Farms. Royal Farms. We'll let y'all do the chicken. We'll let y'all do the chicken.
We'll let you deal with the salty chicken. We
exactly,
don't
exactly the salty chicken. You kill people, we still do it. We got the healthy options. We got the salad and the vegetarian this and that, and we got the fruit. They got so much. Yes, when I saw burgers and fries, I said, "Oh shit, here we go."
Always a one-stop shop. Yo, Mo, I won't be surprised because they sell every brand of cigarette, and when they make pot legalized, Wawa is gonna figure out a way to sell that too. You buy pot at Wawa. You know what I'm saying?
And edibles.
And edibles. Exactly, the candy balls. You know what I'm saying?
You want cannabis-infused hot dog that's right on the outside?
Yeah. and that's exactly what Wawa has done. They've diversified themselves so dramatically, they killed the freaking market. They killed the market.
But you know what?
It's like Walmart. Walmart did the same thing. They took over all of the mom and pop stores, convenience stores. The first place you wanted to find something, like I was looking for some Velcro, and where did I go? Your favorite place, Walmart. Exactly.
I think is when you're talking about reality of things, I think it's the convenience that Walmart has really taken the market, and because it's so convenient, anyone who's shopping can find whatever they want at Walmart. Now, when you shop at Walmart, you go online, they keep record of all the stuff you bought.
Yeah.
Because of you using your ATM card and stuff, so it's there on your account. Yeah. And you can rebuy it there. You can pick it up or buy the shit that is not there. You can buy a car, life insurance, a damn casket in case you pass away, trips. You can buy everything through Walmart because it's convenient. And because we're lazy individuals, that's where we'd rather go. Where Wawa situation is, they capitalized on quality. They made shit taste better. And they made you feel good about it because they said, this is where we're making everything was local. Wawa was known that everything was locally made.
Wawa is nothing short of a convenience store.
At the
end of the day, the convenience, and that's it right there, convenience.
Uh-huh.
You see what I'm saying? That's it right there. And they actually dominated the convenience part because they made it very convenient.
Think about it. You got Walmart and Wawa. The WA on both.
The Walmart brothers.
The connection. Walmart. There's a connection.
Yeah.
If Wawa goes on and starts selling other shit, I wouldn't be shocked. But
nobody would be. Everybody goes. You go to the one on Delilah and Main Street. No, Delilah and Route 9 there. Jam packed.
Yep.
You go to every freaking Wawa. Everywhere you go, Wawa is jam packed here and there in the morning time, lunch and now dinner. Because they have everybody coming in there systematically.
Yeah. And you know what the craziest stuff, I was thinking a couple years ago when they started introducing the Wawa credit card, that's probably the only retail-based credit card that made sense to me. Retail-based, other than Walmart. Because Walmart, you can get gas other places and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. But because Wawa, you can get gas and food and whatever else they sell in there, which a lot of times now I saw vitamins and shit like that. I said, well, shit, anything you need, you can probably get it at Wawa.
At Wawa, everything.
So their credit card, it makes sense. Just like Walmart, it made sense to get their Walmart card instead of just because before when you talk about positive credit and how to build credit, don't buy retail based. You buy the larger ones and you have more options and you have more power in situation. In these situations, Wawa and Walmart probably offer lower interest rates and you have more flexibility using their cards.
The two places that people frequent the most is Wawa and Walmart. And another one that I saw coming up as far as food franchise is Chick-fil-A. You go to a Chick-fil-A, they have a long line. I says, what's with this food from Chick-fil-A?
I'm still trying to figure it out. I'm still trying to figure that out because the food is not that good to me.
No,
and it costs a little bit more.
No, I've been there, I've done that. Yeah.
I just
I don't know, because you can go to the other places. I don't know if it's lesser quality. That they actually serving better quality food. But the other places are dead. But you see the lines around the freaking restaurant of Chick-fil-A.
You know what? I think
whether it's EHT, whether it's down here, wherever you go.
It's double lines. They put double lines over in EHT. I was like, damn. And I don't know if it's social equity or whatever, or they put something that's addictive, like Coca-Cola used to put cocaine. Maybe something that
that's what I was thinking. I think that it has something inside the food to do with it, man.
Because they sell you processed parts. They don't send you don't see any bones in any Chick-fil-A chicken. Everything's a processed part, so you don't know if it's a chicken. And then what you're buying is more the dough or the outside and the taste of it. It's really peculiar. It's hard to taste with the peculiar shit to it. That's like eating Crown's Fried Chicken. Crown's Fried Chicken has a peculiar flavor to it, but it's damn good and it's economical. Same situation with Chick-fil-A. The only thing I can honestly say that I like from Chick-fil-A is their lemonade and their chicken salad, because it's actual chicken salad. That's it.
But then I can't get also, Mo, because at the same time with Chick-fil-A, you look at the commercial. And the commercial like, oh yeah, we were stuck on the highway, and he came along and changed our tire and made sure we had something to eat. Really? So that make me want to go to your place? I don't get it.
It makes a bunch of cows talking about killed chickens.
You know what I'm saying? Everybody's gonna want to rush there to get your tire changed.
Come on.
I don't get it.
I don't get it either. I thought for a while, I like Taco Bell. I'm dedicated to the bullshit food there.
I tell this son see me every now and then.
It's crazy, but that's that addiction I can't get rid of. I gotta get at least one type deal. At least one Crunch Wrap, I'm good for the week. That situation. But I thought Taco Bell was that one because I saw lines. It's probably because it's not. But Chick-fil-A took over, and I was like, damn, all these damn cars. And what I told my son, I said, I don't support that business because of how they're very discriminating.
Yes, I saw that.
The corporate business is discriminating, and I'm not comfortable in supporting any business like that discriminates. You know, I'm not with that. I mean, to each their own, and you know, whatever their political and they're
killing the game in fast food, man. They're killing it.
Yeah, they are. They're doing their thing. I'm not if they would have handed out a membership card, I wouldn't get one.
but at the same time, Mo, you spoke about the boardwalk because when everybody on the boardwalk is serving pizza, hot dogs, and hamburgers, you know, and then everybody's doing lemonade, and then they have, you know, a whole stand full of nothing but sugary drinks, you know, the sodas and the water.
Oh yeah,
everybody's doing the same thing. If they were to have, you know, like the Chinese place, you know, fast food takeout, whatever, you know, have Italian, have Caribbean, it would be a lot much better for those guys to really make it. Because I've been to the Caribbean festivals in different places.
Yeah.
And they have a draw. You know, the Hispanics, you know, the Puerto Rican food, you know, they have a draw. You know, the Haitians, they have a draw. But when you go on the boardwalk, it's the same damn thing over and over. So, you know, so at times he says, you know, I don't feel like eating that because not everybody won't want to eat the same thing over and over every day.
Yeah.
I don't sure don't.
Yeah.
You want to go somewhere and get something else.
Could you imagine, though, a Chinese restaurant, Chinese food restaurant on the boardwalk, how popular that would be?
You know what I'm saying? I think they had. I don't even think that they had one there because I only saw Phillips, you know, seafood open up a little window. Then you go down by Tropicana. Then they open up a little window down there, but it wasn't Chinese food. It wasn't Chinese takeout. You know, that they could actually do something quick on a dish, you know, in front of people, you know, covered down in the whole 9 yards.
And then it became the burger.
You walk into a restaurant that you could get the stuff and take it right out with you. There's none of those things there. So that means it lacks variety, and that's the reason why it's killing them.
Yeah,
and it's sad because it's creativity.
I always say hand food does well, and because it's so easy to make and it's usually inexpensive, and if people used it for their benefit, you probably enjoy it a lot more if they did it. And Chinese food, a lot of it is hand food. If it's not on a stick, it's on wrappers and so on and so forth.
Exactly.
You walk around with chopsticks, whatever situation. It's part of the experience. It's cool. But if you think about the same concept, you have some foods. I've seen Afghani food that were done, and it's the same concept. The same in a skewer, like a shish kebab type stuff. Place that did shish kebabs would do wonderful, big time. My wife always said if we opened up something she saw in Puerto Rico that it blew her mind, that the guy was brilliant about it. He sold nothing but chicken, bread, and whatever beverages, and he makes a killing. And it's an American guy that retired there in Puerto Rico, and this is what he does. And because the chicken is so good, he sells whole chickens, half chickens, and quarters. And he sells that with bread and something to drink. She said, imagine if you did that here. I said, that would probably do really well because chicken is something that's very popular, not only diet-wise, because it's open for people with religion issues, with restrictions, right? And then it's somewhat inexpensive. So if you did broiled chicken, flame broiled chicken all the time, and you have pita bread, you have regular bread, sub bread, whatever situation, and you have variations of that, you could probably make a killing off of that, and it would look good.
Yeah, because it even reminds me of the guy on Atlantic Avenue, you know, where you have the Jamaican food there. He's the only guy that does that. But he does, you know, not only Jamaican food, but you can get pizzas. He has Italian food on his menu. He's got all of this stuff, you know, on the menu. I'm like, bro, that means you have to stock up on a lot of stuff to be convenient for all of those different things.
Right, the different product, right.
You know, you want to be a specialty place that, you know, if somebody wants something, you master that. You know, master your craft.
And people will travel distances just to
they will travel near and far just to, you know, you know, to be served by you. You know, and I've seen that. You know, because I said this is the only guy that sells Jamaican food around here. This is like kind of ridiculous. I have my people from Trinidad and stuff that knows how to cook way better than he does.
Right. Caribbean food. Remember, just like people have their taste, whatever the situation is. They're heavy on a specific spice combination and you have another nation that's specific, another spice combination,
spice and herbs and stuff. Yeah,
it would do well for that market if you have more of that representation of the community. Know that you would do well on that community. Like at one time, Puerto Rican food used to be very supported because a lot more Puerto Ricans in the area. Now there's more Dominicans, it seems, in the area. So Dominican food or their rendition of food seems to be a lot more popular. So I'm like, cool, whatever the situation is, it's wonderful. As long as people eat, and variations is what I'm talking about. We need variations in whatever the situation is. It's really cool if we did that. Plus it gives people a chance to taste a little bit of other people's worlds, other people's lives, their culture, exactly. I would love to see that, man. I would.
Yeah, so would I. And I know a lot of people, because when you go to the guy, like tomorrow is Saturday, and you go to the Jamaican guy right here on Tennessee Avenue, and Yardies. Exactly. People backed up inside it, double parking the whole 9 yards up inside, just to run up inside it. And they ain't getting no pizza or hot dogs or hamburgers. They getting Jamaican food, because on Saturdays, back on the islands, that's when our parents would normally cook some of the best stuff.
Yeah, meal, right? Yep, the tradition. Yep.
You see what I'm saying? So we grew up on it. It's nothing from like myself. Every night at 6:30, I'm having dinner. I grew up on this ever since I was a child, so I still do it up to today.
Okay.
You see, so that's how we fall into that pattern.
Mm-hmm.
And if that was on the boardwalk, a lot of people would be traveling there to get some of the different spices, the different types of food, whether it's Dominican, Haitian, Caribbean. It depends.
Yeah.
Because we had a Caribbean festival down here. Those guys came down with their trucks and stuff, and people were enjoying the food. Like you said, the roti. That's one of my favorites.
Exactly.
I sent you a video on that. You know that one.
The roti, the curry goat.
Yeah,
have a little something with curry, whatever the situation. Have that.
Curry shrimp, curry beef,
jerk chicken and shit.
Jerk chicken.
Watch out, else you won't burn your mouth with that shit.
That's what I'm talking about. Because after a while you get sick and tired of the same old stuff, and then people are going to start eating at home, fixing it themselves because they have YouTube.
Right.
Because
same old pizza.
Stuff, huh?
Same old hot dogs, same old pizza, same Italian sausages, same
white bomb. Get what, popcorn? Really? You know what I'm saying? That's a dying art, man.
All the time. Instead of trying something different, we want to see something different. I said one time I ate at Il Molino's one time. The first time I ever ate Il Molino's, the Italian restaurant that was now in Hard Rock, that's always been there, and they're famous for their calamari and their meatballs. I didn't know how big they were, and I was like, damn, they're pretty big sized meatballs. And I thought, you know what? That could be a curious store. If you have a store that sold different types of meatballs, a veal, a chicken, a beef meatball.
Vegetarian.
Exactly. Vegetarian. You have a different meatball like a shish kebab or shawarma that has the sauce and stuff on the inside. And it's easy for you to make. It's easy to duplicate. And it's easy for you to promote. Having a little basket, whatever, throw a little sauce and pull. You're eating as you're going around. This is something different. And it would be something that's curious to everybody and nourishing, and it could be cost effective because you're not doing all the other shit and you're doing it. Whatever the situation is, you can share it. And I mean, there's ways of doing it. There's ways of doing it if people really want to, even on the boardwalk having like a cake factory. You know what I'm saying? That makes all different types of cake. You don't have to make the cake on site. There are different bakeries that will ask you on different individuals that can make the cake and bring it to you. I have a friend of mine, her sister does wondrous work when it comes down to making pastries. You got to have individuals do all of that kind of stuff. I don't know of anybody that can walk past a bakery that makes their own fresh stuff and not want to buy something.
Exactly.
Smell of fresh bread gets you. Fresh baked pastry gets you.
Yes,
that's when you go to Disney World and those areas, you know what gets you? The fresh smell baked, but also the chocolate when you see the chocolate as you're going by. So those are the things that attract you. It gets you from your eyes and your nose. Same situation. If we had that, boulangerie or patisserie or Lindt or something like that, or Giraldelli, one of those, and they come in and they have a bakery that makes fresh croissants, fresh bread, fresh donuts and stuff like that. It would be amazing. People would take it. They would go into it just like a fresh place. If it made fresh salads, a salad bowl to eat.
Exactly. Fresh salads, freshly made salads right there on the premises in front of you, and you have all of the different types. One place that I've seen that tends to do that is Jalapenos. They're over there by Wells Fargo, by Boscov's. Mm-hmm. But their thing is very pricey inside of there, no doubt. But they actually make have all of the stuff there and then bring it from the back.
Yeah, that's the only downfall. But I think there's a way that you can have a healthy alternative and not be so expensive. It can be equivalent.
That's the balance that you have to strike.
Yeah, if you have a sub, someone can buy a cheesesteak for $8 to $10 at a time. You can have a really good salad for $8 to $10. It shouldn't go past that. If you're going to $16, $18, then you're going crazy. No. It can be equal and equivalent to.
Exactly right. There's a certain set price range, a price grid that certain things should cost, and a lot of people look at that price grid, and if you go over that, you're killing yourself. Like you said, $8, for a salad or whatever, that's permissible. Or $4 or $5 for a wrap, that's permissible.
Right.
A lot of people are not going to pay $10 for a wrap. Where they could get it. You wrap it at home. Right. You can buy the ingredients and wrap it at your crib.
Yeah.
So it depends.
But one of the factors that really plays into the cost wise is the exorbitant fees that they have to pay for rent. They get robbed. Those places get robbed of how much they got to pay for rent.
Mm-hmm.
They got to pay for CRDA fees. They get robbed there. They get so much that they get taken from. And then the other
goes back to the city. That goes back to the city, doesn't it? The state?
No, it don't go back to the city.
No, I mean when they pay the rent or whatever, and some of the fees to the CRDA, that's state ran situation. So they pocket all that stuff. So how do you expect the merchants to actually make it, which is the small guy and the mom and pop, when you have all of these fees relatively high? It's going to put them out of business, and it's not going to help your city any, because the state is robbing the little guy, and the city gets hurt. Bottom line, that's it. It's a domino effect.
That's one of the biggest problems that we're having right now. We've been having for a long time. That's why we're fighting this monster called the state. They need to get the fuck off the boardwalk. They need to get out of Atlantic City and let us manage the things properly. As long as we have all the sale gates, we don't need their presence or their debt. And that's the problem. They have their debt that they've given us. One thing that we found out recently is that it looks like they're sending us all these different law firms and agencies that donate to their campaigns from the state level. And so it won't be identified on their elect reports. They'll send it to us. And we have to hire them so they can get these exorbitant contracts and so on and so forth. And then we have to do it. So it's like racketeering it from a government standpoint.
Yeah.
It's foul, man. So that's what I'm starting to recognize. All these damn law firms are being sent and have to be on the bills, and we have to agree on it. All sent from the same region, all up north, all set up this way, and it seems like it's the same situation. So while they give donations to these elected individuals at a higher level, even the governor saying, all right, I'm going to set you up. I'm going to call my man, mayor, I need you to take them, sign on to it, because this is what you need to do if you're going to connect support here and there. And it's a big wash off. Guess who just cocked on, man? Look, it's almost 11 o'clock, and now Sandy's saying, yo.
You got to say 2 letters, yo.
Yo.
Come on, yo. Why don't you come on board for a minute, yo?
Yo, exactly. Yo, okay. All right. Yo, all right. That's all. As long as you good, you good. But
yeah.
That's the dilemma. That's the shit that we're facing as far as the city is concerned. And it's a problem right there.
Yeah, but like I said, you guys have to get from under that demon. I'm telling you, because you're not going to survive.
Who are you telling?
That's just the bottom line. Because like I said, and they can't complain that the city is doing it, because they're actually doing it from the state level. Because the state actually runs every damn thing that's sitting on land.
Everything is by duress, man. All the stuff that was happened to us, all the stuff that we're doing is under duress. And it's a shame, because we're not getting the return that we should be getting. There's no way in hell that we should be having to consume that much debt as often as we have, give up this much property to all those areas that are being sent, just because we want to pay off. Fuck that, man. That's why I don't like it. I've dealt into politics for almost 12 years now, and I've always dealt in it for the benefit of the community and for everybody else, a small person.
You had a good motive.
I have never gained much at all, other than being able to have access, where some of my colleagues have gained by getting these high-paying jobs. Some people have getting these high little contracts here and there, these little favors, these hookups, the successes. This is what they do: manipulate other people jobs
all sorts of things.
Exactly. They got a whole bunch of shit, and that's how politics is being viewed by the common person.
Yeah.
I've not gained it, and that's why
Politics.
I speak the way I speak. Even to the point where I am now officially an unaffiliated voter. In other words, I'm nor Democrat nor Republican because I can't
You
stand.
vote your passion. You vote your passion.
Yep, and I'm not emblazoned or obliged to any one group at all. No more. I'm not, because I'm traditionally against the conservative Republicans. But now the way these Democrats look, they're just as bad. In the state of New Jersey, these Democrats are just as bad. And because Democrats haven't done much for us, the people of color, as people in our communities, I can't support the Democrats either. So that's why I'm like in between. Sandy,
You already know. You
What's
already
going
saw
on?
that guy there flipping from Republican to Democrat and stuff.
mm-hmm.
It's nothing but pile of tricks. That's it.
That's all games.
Sandy Man, the Sandman.
How are you?
What's going on, buddy?
We're doing all right, brother. Looks like you're navigating in and out of a smile. You all right?
I'm all right. I've
Okay.
figured out how to navigate my own
Destiny.
employment. Right.
Destiny. Your employment destiny. You're the master of your own destiny.
And that's basically my only complaint, is just like I told, the people in charge. I don't like to be pushed around. I don't like to be, made feel like somebody's taking advantage of me. If somebody's gonna pimp me, it's gonna be me.
That's
I
right.
don't need nobody else pimping me.
Mm-hmm.
And I felt like I was being pimped by other folks than me. So I had to regain my own pimp hand back.
Backhand. Backhand.
Because I'm gonna be my own bottom. You know what I'm saying? If y'all understand what I'm saying,
I understand.
I'm gonna be my own bottom chick. That's
I understand. No matter how it looks into the world, I understand you, brother. I understand.
All right.
You feel your pain, man. We got you. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Sandy, fight the power that be. Remember that.
Right. But here's the thing. Y'all was talking about Colvin, right? Derek Chauvin, whatever.
Uh-huh.
You know what? That never really came out in that case that I expected, because I expected to hear something else about him and Floyd. Their work relationship never came out. I thought that would come out, because I thought it was going to be something hidden in between that dictated why this man had so much disdain. Because it's hard to believe that it's just the skin color that gave him that disdain.
Yep.
It seemed like it might have been like a girl thing.
It could drive a man, couldn't it? Yep.
That's what it seemed like to me. I mean, especially if I'm a black dude playing with, people that are not of my race and of the race of this dude.
Mm-hmm.
And he's wondering why they chasing Floyd instead of himself. I was thinking maybe that might have come out, but I didn't hear any of that.
I guess people had to admit to it. The only thing that we do know is they were both security guards.
Right.
That Floyd was security guard at some club, and then Derek Chauvin he was hired as a security guard also at the same club. So
right. That's what I'm saying,
We know that relationship, but you're right. It could be that. Because what drives men to go crazy? A woman, our family, or money?
And when this thing first came out, you always saw pictures of Floyd with girls. Like when they talked about the club, he always had pictures in the club with girls. But you didn't see none of that with Chauvin. Now I know he was married, but I don't know. But I'm just saying, it just seemed like it was something more than that, more there than this dude just decided to arbitrarily jump on this cat's neck.
Will we ever? Because I said, will we ever find out? If the context, if we found out more, we would probably bring more light to it, and maybe can help prevent from someone else falling into that same type of. If we knew more, like the 16-year-old girl that got killed, shot by a cop. If we knew the context of the relationship that took place, maybe we understand why the anger or frustration that the chick had a weapon with her. But we don't know. We don't know the context.
what I heard is she was in a foster home. First of all, I don't know that that's a fact, but
Yeah, I
when
heard that.
you deal with situations like that, you always deal with like hierarchy of who's in the home and who's going to be the king this month. You know what I mean? So how stuff is going down. So I mean, I don't know about that either, but it's a damn sad thing. The dude, the first thing he could do is let off 1-4. You know, instead of I, I,
The
I'm
less,
inclined to believe that something loud would have stopped it.
right.
Apparently they didn't roll up with sirens on because that's one thing that makes folks run like roaches.
Oh
You
yeah,
know, I
yeah.
mean,
That's
apparently it was no sirens on because I can't believe that they hung out there and you know and waited for the cops to do whatever they wanted to do. You
yeah.
just I don't know.
And the point I made earlier, I said the way they corral them and let them still stay in immediate grasp, and like
Right,
right there, you snatch somebody right in the middle, like they were waiting for something to pop off.
right, and you know the other part about it is there was so many people out there. It should have never got that far.
Right.
We've got to learn to kind of control our own people sometimes too.
Yeah.
Because you're not going to get a fair shake from those if they trying to control you. You
What's
know,
the saying
'cause-
nowadays? Don't leave it to the hands of the ref.
right?
That's the
Oh,
exact thing. Don't leave it to the hands of
mhm,
the ref. You gotta determine the path
right.
in which it goes. You gotta do it. Yep. We gotta
You
play a
know,
better. That's what I was
this,
complaining about
you
earlier.
know the sad part is, let's say it played out the way they say it played out. The reason the girl was gonna mess up her life anyway. But
Absolutely.
the other part about it is, let's say she killed her, she might not have done more than 7 years. She wouldn't have been dead. So, I don't
She'd have
know.
been dead another way. Right.
Right, right, right.
Yeah.
Um, Here's a question: what's going to happen to Calvin and Dead? And Freudian slip, right? What's going to happen to Calvin in jail?
Well, he's
Oh, did
in
you see the video?
he's in a supermax
Uh-uh.
prison is where he's headed.
There's a
You know,
video.
yeah,
No,
they put him in
here's
the
the
supermax.
situation. I just saw a video. There was a
Mhm.
video made from the union, the officers' union,
Right,
of the jail where he was sent. The person in charge of the jail relieved all the African American officers of duty. Relieved them, saying they will assign somewhere else away from him.
really?
He was set up in a different floor where only white officers were there,
Wow. I guess
and he
because they
a white
figured somebody might leave a door open.
Yeah,
they
or
waited
broomstick.
another floor. So the contest, the opposition right now, the contest right now is: was this a creation of segregation? Was this privilege provided to a known murderer or someone who's just
Hmm.
recently found guilty for something like this? How are you going to protect him in an asset where he's not to be protected but treated like everyone else? So they got a
Yeah,
big case. I said, "Oh shit!" I said, "There you go." I said,
yeah.
in my opinion, this Blakely Act is providing the judge to play a light tap on the hand, because they kept
Wow.
pushing the law suggests this, the law is this, the law that. The
Hmm.
law,
Hmm.
the law can be what gets mostly in the way from justice, because
Right.
people interpret how they want to.
Yeah, but you remember I always say there's three types of justice. You know, one of them gonna get you.
And
God's
I
Jungle,
justice,
think that's
man's
jungle
justice.
justice, street justice, and no justice.
Exactly. One of them gonna get you.
I
One of
think
them gonna get you.
they were trying to prevent one. So let's see if any other.
You
Right.
can't fight all three. One of them gonna get you. You know what I'm saying? One of them gonna get you.
And who's to
I,
say that there won't be a white man that was willing
they
to
don't
come
get it.
for what happened? Who's to say
Yeah,
that?
because the white guy could have had a black mother. He could have had a black father that have a black version that they love. So
Even
he's
though we
still
know,
not doing that person any justice by thinking that you'll be able to separate and segregate at the same time. It just doesn't work that way.
even though
I,
we know that there's the Aryan Nation runs that there's a big color-based thing going on
right.
in jail. We know this, but who's to say that everybody's not in line with this shit? Who's to say that there's not a hit made out
That's right.
internally for his ass, something for something
Right.
that went anyway?
Right.
So
It could be something made out because you owe me this and that before. We need this to happen since we let
yeah,
something else happen before. Maybe, you know.
well, we about to get you because you opened it up, and everyone's looking at all of us now. You fucking it up for us, so it's time to get you for the mistake you made.
Right.
So people start looking at us. We can go back to doing what we do.
One out of 3 justices is going to get you. At the end of the day.
I hear you. But
everybody knocking off saying I see you waving to everybody when they go home and leave you there.
And wait, this is what happens to nurses and CNAs. See, the CNAs get to leave at 11. The nurses get to leave when they finish. There's a difference.
Yep. Yeah.
Don't forget your bags.
Sandy's playing the cool senior waving at the freshmen. Hey y'all.
I'm gonna be all right.
Have a blessed night.
Looking at the computer screen and say, I'm taking care of business here.
You know what I'm saying? Do your thing. I'm gonna be here for a minute.
You gotta play the part. You're doing a good job, my friend. You gotta play the part. You know what I'm saying? If you can't make it, fake it.
You know, I'm thinking they might do something like they did to do this in Jamaica. You know, they say that they ran in there and they said that he was in a fire. Had him removed, but the Jamaicans say that he's still alive somewhere.
Oh,
who knows?
Yeah,
I mean, you know, y'all. That's what y'all think happened to Epstein, right?
Yeah, exactly. They think he's dead. I'm like, he is actually dead. Come on, get real.
I mean, you know,
it
could be one of them deals.
Hell no. They did the same thing that we
saw. because he was going to testify against Trump, and you know Trump put a hit on him.
Not only
conspiracy theory by itself.
that was the only figurehead. That was the figurehead we heard about here. We're not talking about the real oligarchs, the motherfuckers from Europe, the Russian Putin, and all them. The Israeli prime minister. All of them being involved in this whole situation that'll get you killed a lot faster. Trump can only fuck with your business. They can fuck with your life. You know, but that, it reminds me of the movie Life. Remember when Eddie Murphy, they played it, they just same situation. I don't believe it.
I do.
I don't believe it. Just like, I don't believe all these people that said are dead. Ain't nobody dead. Stop lying.
So Tupac is still alive, right?
Might be. You know, hanging out with Assata Shakur and Cooper. Who knows?
DMX never left the planet.
I seen a video of Michael Jackson. He transformed his face, and you can see his hands on.
There you go.
Hey Mo, I still see Elvis when I go to Vegas. I still see Elvis when I go to Vegas.
Yeah.
Michael Jackson could have just became a Michael Jackson impersonator. You know?
That would be dope. Yeah, that would be dope. I just saw an Asian guy. It looks like a Chinese guy. And I think he's Chinese because he talked about him being Chinese. Who calls himself the Chinese Tupac, who sounds like Tupac, sounds his voice in the whole nine. Never know.
Really?
Never know. You never know.
You got Tupac and Upac.
In Japan, a lot of rap music is very popular in Japan.
Right.
I would not be surprised there.
You know, it's not right because you got people who like washed up in Japan hitting it big.
Oh hell yeah!
Yeah. That's one of the things that keep the Sugar Hill Gang living.
Yeah. Hell yeah! That's the market. But why are you talking about my man Steph Marbury? He's good. He's doing well. He's in China. He's the man.
Right. They built a big ass statue in front of him like one of them squares.
Yo, he's chilling. He's living it up. He's an icon there. He's a god. I said, yo, I'm not hating. Do that.
Yeah, but him and his family went through a lot. A lot of people. I saw the documentary on that with Stephon Marbury and his older brother and the whole 9 yards. They went through a lot. So anything that he has coming to him, it was well earned. There's no doubt. You know, you have to go through the hardness and the sadness in order to get to the goodness, you know. So it's the stuff that you got to take.
A black man coming from inner city of New York to play and use a sport, to get into the International Basketball League, to be able to convince the Chinese government to support him to develop economical shoes for impoverished kids in America.
Right.
Who the fuck else can do that?
Now here's the funny part about that. How come he couldn't survive in America basketball league, but he did very well in Chinese? That's because he wasn't getting the respect over here. His colleagues wasn't respecting.
And
you know, a lot of them have to do that, you know, a lot of those guys have to do that. They have to go overseas and play overseas, you know, and end up being accepted over there, you know. And then America's like, hey, look, we want that guy back over here. We go look at Yao Ming. Those guys came from China and came across the United States playing, you know, pro ball.
Shit, I remember Portland there was not one American playing in Portland. I was bugging, not one American from everyone. A black man from Australia, he was Australian as running point. You had the other guy who's French, black man from France, running point. You have a guy from Ginobili, who's from Spain, running forward. Tim Duncan was from Bahamas. So you got a lot of these NBA teams who have players from abroad, but all we see is white flag. You're not seeing that they're actually from abroad. They're from somewhere else. There's few Americans that play in professional sports today. Very few Americans. Not many. Not many. Schroeder's from Germany, playing in LA. Doncic is from inside I want to say Slovenia. That's Doncic, and you got the 7'4", his boy who played with him from the same country. You got sometimes it takes us to go to another country.
Yeah,
actually,
to get value to come back.
Exactly.
I used to tell this to my young rappers, the people who want to be rappers, and I was saying this about 6 years ago. When Afrobeat started really developing, I said, take your ass to Africa. I said, find a way to go to Africa, stay some while, get connected over there. The market is big. Then I come to find out there was a dude here from Newark who's the big man down there with Afrobeat. I was like,
really?
Your contact. You'd have been hooked up, or go to Colombia, connect with some people that's making reggaeton that have a direct contact to Afrobeat. You'd have been international. You'd have made millions of dollars international, not have one gold record here in the United States, come back here and take over.
Right.
Easy.
Right, because United States ain't the place to take over anymore. We second rate now.
Too many hands in the pot.
Second rate now. That's what it is.
Yeah, unless you country western star. Yeah.
Right. And like look at that. Look at your little boy Nas X.
That's all right.
I'm just saying.
That's not my cup of tea.
Not mine either. The sad part about it, right? He had stayed on his old track road or whatever that was. That he stayed in that lane, that dude would be a superstar. But he just crossed out into something a little more different, a little more obscure. And I don't think people are really feeling that.
That's when you try to be a social paradigm shifter through your music, you're fucking up. People are not listening to your music other than to feel the exact mood that you're giving them or to feel better. If you're not giving them a party, you ain't doing shit for them.
Right.
How much more depressed can you get? I'm gonna listen to depressed music when I'm depressed? Fuck no.
No. I need some joy, man.
Right. That's the reason I'm listening to the music. Lift my spirits.
Yeah, it's no different. Like every year, you know, we have Carnival down in Trinidad. We have the soca music, we have reggae, we have calypso. You know, because it lifts the spirits. That's what it's all about.
That's right.
Right. So here's a question for you, Mo.
Go ahead.
When they're gonna start putting the smoke rooms in the casinos, and I'm not talking about tobacco smoke either.
You know what? In all honesty, I think they're not even looking to do so.
But they're not.
But by law, this says that you can smoke anywhere smoking is allowed, because smoking is not allowed in public spaces at all.
But you're not allowed to smoke that part. You're not allowed.
Well, I figured they would have made like a little herb lounge.
Well, you know what? I think they're going to try to make exceptions. You have cigar lounges, so it'll probably tie in with that. So those and those, they probably tie into that.
How about are they going to open any restaurants that do THC infused food?
I don't see that happening anytime soon.
What's that?
I don't see any THC infused, any carbanoid, any of those stuff that you see, like the the restaurants that do well, and they look like they're really good. I think that just that market is not pushed right now, not here in the city.
Yes, Bobby Flay went out of business.
Yeah, you saw that shit.
Yeah. Went out of business.
Bobby Flay. Bobby Flay.
How did he do that?
Well, he closed it.
Was it COVID that did it?
I think it's a combination of that, the economy. Bobby Flay. It was kind of pricey anyway. Bobby Flay was
okay, because I never went over. I was going to eat there, but I never even tried either one of those joints. Bobby Flay or the other dude. What's the other dude?
It costs money. All them the chefs
for the name. That's all you're paying for is the name.
Yeah, that's all.
Well, right, because dude, the reason I never really go to one of them is because the chefs don't be in the restaurant. No. So you left the restaurant to Joe that just got out of school, and he's following your recipes, and your food is supposed to taste good. I don't know if it's going to be consistent or not. I don't know if it's just really the way it's supposed to taste. And the chef ain't in there to say, "Oh, this is it," or "This is not it." Why? I mean, it's like, come on, man.
Because I saw this one documentary on like China and Japan and stuff. And when those guys actually make a meal for you, that's a signature dish. They bring it to your table. You see what I'm saying? They come and introduce themselves because for the kind of money that you're paying, you should be able to meet the damn guy who is actually making this food for you and get his opinion.
Yeah.
You know, something like that because it's a signature dish.
Yeah. But this is another point. That's a good point that my mother-in-law just put up. It's not good if you have kids with you. Yeah, going to these restaurants, they're not kid-friendly.
Right.
You know, they're set up for the super spender, the one who comes in with their hot date, you know, whatever the situation, you know, those type of places. That's, you know, the high roller type deal. We don't have that. I mean, it's like we were talking about earlier about how do you transform Atlantic City to be more beneficial to itself?
Yeah.
You got to mid-level restaurants, not 5-star all the time, because in a high energy location, nobody has time to really sit down and chill. You know, to have really enjoy a 5-star meal. I'm not going to pay $300 a plate if everything's quick as hell in the whole nine. I'm just not. It's not the same type of energy. And then leave the restaurant and go in a hustle and bustle while you got a hot dog stand 50 feet away from you, or you got somebody running in front of you drunk. It's not the same atmosphere. You know, I'm just not that. It just doesn't excite me, so it doesn't make sense to me. Yeah. But fellas, it is 17 past 11. We've been on for 4 hours and 16 minutes. Well, I'm gonna have to close out because I want to try to make sure that my time is available.
I can't make a thing. My relief just came. So all I can say is, all right, guys, have a good night. You know,
all right, brother.
Wear masks. Be careful. And do your research on your vaccines. I'm still not going to do it yet. I'm still not doing it.
Yeah.
Do your research because they playing it. You see now all of a sudden they pulling stuff off the market. You know, I mean, so obviously they didn't have enough research into stuff. But have a good night.
Be safe, brother. Good seeing
you.
Thanks. Have a blessed one, man.
Yep.
All right now.
All right, brother Adrian. You have.
Well, like I said, I'm gonna keep it nice, short, and sweet. You know, like we always say, you know, be positive, test negative. You know, it's an independent decision. You know, it's your life. At the end of the night, it's your life. You decide what you want to do with it. And that's what it's about.
Right. That's right. Keep
it short and sweet.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that, brother. Go ahead.
No, you're good. You're straight. I'm good. Okay. We out.
Well, in closing, I just want to thank everyone for coming on and spending some time with us this week. We've had a lot of conversation about different topics, and we hope that you leave with some gems of information, or at least be inspired to think about things a little further. Times are tough. There's no question. The pandemic has caused us all to have to look at life and address life differently. This whole situation with Derek Chauvin and George Floyd makes us a little bit more on edge, and we tend to look at things in a more aggressive, very oppositional about how things are. Justice will never come unless we enforce it. Remember, justice for all is just a statement unless we're all believing, we're all playing into it. I wish you all the best. Make sure that you stay strong. Keep pushing for the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act, and do what you can locally to make sure that your communities are better. It takes you and your efforts to make life better in your own home But ultimately, I hope that you all find peace in yourselves and make sure that the struggle is worth it. Remember, your life means something to us. So God bless you all. Stay safe. And it's like my brother Adrian just said, stay positive, but test negative. You be blessed. Have a good night.